Владико.
So, Archbishop,
Владико, couple words.
будь ласка, кілька слів.
During the synod of the Ukrainian bishops that is happening here from the 3rd to the 13th.
З 3 по 13 в нас
And
тут
in the
проходить
context of this
зібрання.
conference
В контексті цієї конференції, цього
on
зібрання,
architecture for
ми
peace,
говоримо з вами про
I
архітектуру
want to
саме
share
миру. Я
with
хочу
you
поділитися
that
такими роздумами з
in an
вами.
extended audience,
Власне, хочу поділитися з нашою аудиторією. Не дуже гарна якість звуку наразі в Zoom у нас, тому важко розчути, що говорить
45
спікер.
bishops spoke about the pain, the violence,
Отже, я тут розповідаю про те,
and
своїм
all
колегам,
the
що
other
відбувається в Україні, про страждання, про біль,
diabolical attributes of this war in
про те,
Ukraine.
якою варварською, диявольською ця війна в Україні.
We
наразі.
also spoke of Ukraine's contribution to
Ми
peace,
також тут говоримо про те,
And I
який
brought
робить
to the
Україна внесок
attention
в те, щоб відновити
of the
мир.
Holy
І я довожу це до
Father
відома,
that
власне, всіх святих отців,
very few people
що дуже мало людей,
recognize
власне,
that
визнають
Ukraine
те, що
took a truly prophetic
Україна дійсно
step
взяла на себе
29
надзвичайні
years ago,
зобов'язання 29
when
років, що зробила величезний
unilaterally
крок у
it
цьому поступі вперед.
disassembled its nuclear arsenal.
Що фактично ми
At
ж
that
відмовилися
point,
від нашого ядерного
Ukraine had
арсеналу.
more
В
nukes
той
than
момент
France,
нас було
England,
більше
and China combined.
ядерної зброї, ніж
It had the third
Франції
biggest
та
nuclear
Китаю.
arsenal in the world.
Третій найбільший арсенал ядерний у нас
Russia,
в Україні на той момент, коли ми
Great
говорили.
Britain, and the
Росія,
United
Великобританія
States
та США
Promised
пообіцяли
to protect Ukrainian independence
захищати
and
Україну та українську
territorial
незалежність
integrity.
і територіальну цілісність. Вони взяли на себе таку обіцянку.
Today we have
Сьогодні
a war. We have a
ми
large
маємо
part of
повномасштабну
Ukrainian
війну.
territory that
Велика кількість
annexed
українських територій
or
є
under
або
occupation.
анексовані, або ж під
We have a
тимчасовою
humanitarian
окупацією. Ми
crisis,
маємо гуманітарну кризу
war
наразі в
crimes and
Україні.
crimes
Ми
against
маємо величезну
humanity.
кількість воєнних злочинів та злочинів проти
The
людяності,
population of
які відбуваються.
Ukraine
Населення України
over the last 3 decades has
за останні три
declined from
десятиріччя з
51
51
million
знизилось
to 27 million in the
27
territory that
мільйонів,
is
якщо ми
controlled by
говоримо
the
про ті
country.
території, які контролює український уряд.
And the question of
І
how to
питання,
achieve peace, what kind of
як досягти
architecture
миру,
for
яка
peace
архітектура, власне,
is
для встановлення
realistic,
миру є реалістичною, є
reliable,
досягненою, що ми можемо дійсно використати, що є
secure
надійним, що дійсно може
is a major
забезпечити
question.
нас. Це ключове питання.
And so I'm very grateful to all
Я
of
дуже
you,
вдячний всім вам, пані та
particularly
панове,
our colleagues at the
Особливо
University of
нашим
Notre Dame, who have
з
shown singular support for the
нашим
Ukrainian
німецьким
Catholic
колегам
University and for the people of
університету
Ukraine
Нотр-Дам, які уявляють
in
підтримку
these
українським
devastating
громадянам.
months.
Так, в ці складні
I'm
часи.
grateful to you
забезпечують
for
підтримку. Я щиро
engaging in
дякую вам
this
за те, що ви долучаєтесь
discussion.
до цієї дискусії.
Our synod today approved
Отже,
its resolutions, which will be published shortly.
скоро вже будуть
And one
опубліковані
of
ці
the 5
резолюції.
church-wide resolutions
Одна
is
з
a commemoration of the 30th anniversary of this nuclear disarmament. And the Synod is asking the Ukrainian Catholic University to conduct studies and a conference on this topic of international participation.
І також
You are ahead of
конференції
the
за
ball.
участю міжнародної аудиторії.
This conference
На жаль, нас ехо
is
дуже
already
сильне.
presaging what bishops of the Ukrainian Catholic Church are
Дуже
looking
важко
for,
перекладати зараз ехо.
formulating questions with a hope that scholars like you, participants of this conference,
Отже, ми хочемо почути ваші запитання,
so may God bless
послухати також відповідно відповіді нам до цього заходу. Отже, я благословляю всіх,
And
хто
I'd like
присутні на цій конференції.
just to offer the microphone to
Хочу зараз передати слово,
some
власне,
peace, eminent specialists on global, but particularly Vatican church affairs. With me,
фахівцям.
I have John and Elise Allen.
Ну, не дуже якісний звук у нас на превеликий жаль іде з Zoom.
Hello there.
Доброго
It is an
дня.
honor
Доброго
to
дня.
be
Для мене честь
injected into your conversations like
бути
this.
частиною вашої
We
роботи,
are
розуміти
long
через
time
вашого обговорення.
friends and admirers of Bishop Boris, of course, but more than that, of the Greek Catholic Church in Ukraine. I did a book a few years ago on anti-Christian persecution called The Global War on Christians.
Ну, у нас не
I
дуже якісний звук, на превеликий жаль, із Zoom.
Percentage terms, no church anywhere on earth suffered more for the faith during the Soviet era.
Саме в радянські часи дуже багато людей постраждало за свою віру. Ми це знаємо, все задокументовано. Можу сказати, що моя власна віра дуже потужно зміцнилась, так? Стала сильнішою. У нас дуже-дуже поганої якості звук, на превеликий жаль.
It is a profoundly important witness for all of us, for which I think we can never be finished being grateful. Now let me pass this to the much more elegant and attractive guitar player, my wife Elise.
Well, I don't know if that's entirely true, John, but I just want to reiterate what John said. It's wonderful to be with you all and to speak with you.
Як вже сказав Джон, дуже приємно з вами тут перебувати поряд та розмовляти. У мене стільки досвіду немає, як Джон, щодо України.
And was blown away. Strong sense of identity that I saw
ідентичності, національної ідентичності. Я побачила рішучість українців навіть тоді.
And it's been even more on the display for the last couple of years.
За останні кілька років я бачу, що ваша стійкість і рішучість стала ще сильнішою.
I just want to reiterate what John, everything John said. We're with you guys to be with you all here briefly today.
Отже, як сказав Джон, ми дійсно раді, що ми маємо можливість долучитись до вас сьогодні. У нас дуже неякісний звук, на превеликий жаль.
I want to thank John and Denise because they bring the story of the world. I hope they also bring out the story of peace and the kind of deliberations that would be necessary for this peace that you are conducting. May God bless this conference, and I thank all of you, particularly our partners at the University of Notre Dame.
Хочу подякувати всім нашим партнерам за те, що ви з нами.
Profound pain, but also a time of hope and a time when being at the epicenter of global change.
Але зараз Україна знаходиться, скажімо так, в центрі таких дуже важливих подій. Це місце, де народжується нова надія, і хочу, щоб Бог всіх вас благословив.
Thank you very much.
Щиро дякую, щиро дякую. Дуже приємно. Наші молитви завжди з вами, молитви за Україну, ми молимося за Україну, будемо, звичайно, теж сподіватися на те, що встановиться справедливий мир в Україні. Отже, просимо вас, власне, передати всій католицькій спільноті, всім структурам та установам,
nuclear disarmament that will have occurred next year. It'll be 30 years. So you're the first to know about this initiative.
Отже, ми повідомимо вас про цю ініціативу, яка стосується саме ядерного роззброєння, відповідної річниці. Так, дякую. Це дуже важливо, щоб ми це відслідковували. Дякую. У нас дуже неякісний звук, на жаль, наразі.
Your Eminence, thank you for warm greetings and introductory remarks. I'll switch to Ukrainian for the benefit of those who participate in a stream on live TV. And just as I want to say that those who participating and do not know Ukrainian, you may choose on the channel English or Ukrainian audio. Okay? Отже, ми продовжуємо.
So we do continue.
І так на початок, щоб ми почали
Just for us to start the panel, I'd like just to have a couple of introductory words. On February 24th, 2022, which for all of us, that day is a day that we will never forget, we will never erase. And in a couple of hours after this horrible full-scale invasion started, when Russians did it, at my website I have this chapter, so the thoughts via the prism of the God's words. I had a small summary there, the Satan showed its face, the title is. And when I was coming here today, I thought, like, we can start. We can start in just 3 sentences are there in the summary. It starts with the following. What civilized world was talking a lot about, it happened. The Satan showed its actual face. So the mission of our generation is not to allow this scum to fill our country and to save our relatives, keep them from this deserting, from this plague that we have coming from Russia. Right now it's so important to stay calm. We have our own homework to do, and the global community is doing its own homework. They have their own tasks. So a year and a half passed, and we are doing our job. We're doing our homework, and it's obvious that fortunately a share of our friends in the world, I mean a share of them, because so many are under Russian propaganda, but so many of our friends are doing their job as well. A part of us is doing this work at the expense, with a huge price, by sacrificing their lives, the most precious thing they have. A part is dying in the battlefields, part are dying under the shellings and attacks in different civilian sectors of our country. Sure, people like Igor Kozlovsky, who had to be a part of our panel, he simply cannot handle it psychologically and physically, just observing the suffering of innocent people around us. With the start of this war, Ukrainian Catholic University, UCU, we were not forgotten. Our long-term partner, University of Notre Dame, they instantly offered us a hand of help by expanding our partnership, just like in summer 2022 they did. It was called Standing in Solidarity, the whole initiative. So within the framework of this partnership, with the support of the Notre Dame University in UCU, we implement some projects with principle of just war and just peace in the context of Russian aggression in Ukraine. This is the title of the project. And I'm leading it as a representative of UCU, Mr. Philpott. You can see him on the screen. He's leading it from the American Party. And this event is taking part in the framework of this project. So this is the second event out of 3 that we plan to have. First one we had on March 28th. 2023, where we were discussing the Just Peace of Ukraine, Threats and Challenges. This was the title of the event, and the link to the recording, you have it in the description. You can see it in the Facebook webpage of the Kyiv Center of UCU. So, in the end of 2023, we planned, in the framework of our research on just peace and just war, because the aim of the just war is to get the just peace eventually. So we plan to have a 2-day international conference in the UCU, and the date and the participants will announce that just in a couple of days after this roundtable.
Today we're here in the Kyiv UCU Center, offline and online, to talk about just peace for Ukraine, but in the architectural context that affects, we're pretty sure about this, on our own lives and the world around us. And as part of our discussion, we'll have 2 panels. The first one will be dedicated to rethinking of the experience in rebuilding of sustainable peace and world architecture, security architecture, through the prism of Ukrainian-Russian war. And as part of the first panel, there are people here, offline and online,
чесно кажучи, я за свій
that
короткий
will
вік
talk
не
about
зустрічав
it.
скільки перешкод, як ми мали
I
сьогодні.
have never
Хтось помер,
faced so many
хтось захворів,
obstacles
because
some people are already deceased, some people are sick,
залишає свої
and the war
відбитки. І ми
leaves
разом
its
будемо говорити
imprint on all of
над
us.
загально трьома
And
питаннями
we
під різними
will
ракурсами.
focus on three different
Перше,
issues
як та чому
from
не
different perspectives.
осмислене та неподолане зло минулого
Well, first,
впливає
how
на сталість
the
та
evil
дієвість
that
світової
wasn't
архітектури
fought
безпеки
in the
сьогодні.
past affects
Друге, який новий
peace architecture
досвід та нові
today,
травми,
and
пов'язані
number two,
із
what,
російською агресією в Україні,
experience
потрібно
and
долати
traumas
вже зараз,
related to that aggression
посиленні
needs to be
цієї
fought
архітектури.
against today,
І третє
and
важливе
how we
питання,
can
яке я
strengthen
хочу,
this
щоб ми тут
architecture. And
разом
the
з вами
third important
поговорили
question
в
I
рамках цієї
would
першої
like
панелі,
us to
у
discuss
який
as part
спосіб
of the first
основи
panel,
сталого миру повинні
how the
транслюватися в
foundations
сталість
of
глобальної архітектури
this
безпеки.
peace should be
Тому для
translated
того, щоб ми
in the
почали
context of global
висвітлювати
peace
трошки ці
architecture.
питання
And
і
before we
мали
start discussing
на
those
старт
issues,
якісь думки для подальших
and
обговорень, я би захотів, я хочу з приємністю запросити до
I
слова
would like to invite
ректора Українського католицького
Rector of
університету,
Ukrainian Catholic
доктора
University, Dr.
Тараса Добка,
Taras Dobko.
який, якщо хтось може не знає про Тараса
In case
особисто,
if you don't know
є
him personally,
уже понад 20 років у сфері вищої освіти.
he's working in the educational
Наш
domain
ректор
for more than 20
викладає
years.
ВУКУ вже з
He's been a
1998 року,
professor
тобто
in
чверть століття.
ICCU
15
for a
останніх
quarter of
років
a
він був
century. For
першим
the
проректором
last
Українського
15
католицького університету.
years, he was the
Пан
pro-rector
Тарас
of
є
of
філософом,
UCU. He's
науковим
a
редактором
philosopher and
ряду
scientific editor
книг,
for a series of
а також
books.
упорядником, і має більше як 40 наукових
And he's
статей
got
наукового та
more than
науково-публіцистичного
40
характеру
scientific
українських та міжнародних
and
виданнях.
publicistic
А для
articles
нас,
in different
передусім, він є
publications.
особою,
And
яка є
he's
експертом
person who's
в
an
сучасній
expert
освіті, що
in
дозволяє
modern
нам,
education
як університету, дивитися
that allows us as a
майбутнє
university
через
to look
призму
in the future
християнську.
through the
Пане Тарасе,
Christianity
запрошую
prism.
вас до слова.
Taras, I'm giving you the floor. Перепрошую, дуже поганий звук, нічого не чутно, нічого не йде в ефір. Дякую за вклад. За таку важливу тему, за те, що ви говорите про війну. Я хочу скористатися цією можливістю. Наш університет і Україна сама має поєднати зусилля і інформувати суспільство про війну в Україні. На жаль, світ втомлюється, і Україна залишає перші шпальти газет і світових видань. Нещодавно є така серія, яка називається «За що ви боретеся?». Це про вклад у вирішення соціальних проблем. Епізод новий називався «Боротьба за культурну спадщину». І це допомагає студентам УКУ використовувати культурний аспект. А наступний проект такий проект — це збір різних пісень і поезії, які стосуються війни. І також є проект, який називається «Українські митці чинять спротив». Він виданий у лютому цього року. І це було зроблено в колаборації з університетом Європейської студії. І це таке розширення було нашої співпраці. Це дозволяє переосмислити все, що відбувається в світі сьогодні. Я спробую торкнутися важливих питань. Як зло, яке не було подолане в минулому, впливає на безпекову архітектуру майбутнього. Російська агресія буде загрозою для світу завжди, поки росіяни не перестануть зазнавати впливу свого імперського минулого. Є подвійні стандарти і щодо тоталітарних режимів. Вони публічно були засуджені. Але ставлення до цього одностороннє. Нацизм був засуджений всім світом, але трагедії Треблінки і Бухенвальду стали прикладами порушення, прикладами злочинів проти людяності. І злочини в Хатині, вони стали таким злочином, який був засуджений. Нещодавно росіяни виразили своє позитивне ставлення до Сталіна. І вони йому поставили монумент в новому музейному комплексі під Нижнім Новгородом. І майже 60 людей, які були народжені в сталінську епоху, вони схвалили це. Я тільки можу представити, наскільки сильна зараз пропаганда сталінська в рамках пропаганди поточної. І символи нацистські і комуністичні символи мають бути всі засуджені. Нещодавно, до речі, звели монумент в Москві Феліксу Дзержинському. Він насправді засновив те, що потім стало КДБ, яке несло відповідальність за кров, яка пролилася під час революції. Нещодавно я натикнувся на статтю Financial Times, яка була написана Орландо Файджесом. Це відомий історик Росії британський, і назва була як історія була сприйнята моїми академічними друзями. Історик аналізував вплив російської інтелігенції. І такі питання було. Чому знову українські інтелектуали виявляються безпорадними і нездатними зупинити відродження автократичного режиму? Я б сказав, що це майже вічне питання. І він багато чого згадує своє життя в Росії, і він ділиться про своїх друзів, які програли битву за цивілізовану Росію. Але він не згадує, що вони застрягли в таких імперських сентиментах. Він про це не згадує. Але, в принципі, з моєї точки зору, це все пов'язано з імперською долею, яка повпливала на інтелігенцію. І глибоко всередині російський інтелектуал готовий простити цьому режиму через те, що їх об'єднує саме імперіалізм. І путінський режим не може на такому тлі зникнути для того, щоб Росія отримала шанс на цивілізацію. Вони мають зріктися імперської спадщини для того, щоб країна отримала шанс на майбутнє. На жаль, зараз це вже нереалістична ідея для російської інтелігенції. Що я маю на увазі, коли кажу, що росіяни мають провести Нюрнберзький трибунал для того, щоб визнати загрозливим своє комуністичне минуле. Вони мають засудити всі порушення і злочини. І тут є духовний компонент. Я тільки хочу сподіватися, що росіяни колись в майбутньому зможуть переглянути свою позицію щодо колоніалізму, імперіалізму і спадщини радянської. Слава Богу, що Захід в плані свого погляду на Україну прокидається і починає більше розуміти, який монстр існує на Сході. І вони захоплювалися зовсім нещодавно цією загадковою російською душею. А тепер вони відкривають очі на цей імперіалізм. Відчуття безпокарності, месіанізм, зверхність щодо інших і ревність щодо успіху інших. Чому Захід піддався російському наративу? Чому сталося оце духовне і моральне обезброєння? Чому так відбувалося до 2014 року, коли почалися зміни? І такий постполітик, який з'явився
Another interesting example for us is the transformation of Soviet studies into Russian studies in Western universities after the collapse of the Soviet Union, as if no other nations existed in this region. It was a commonplace to rename such academic centers to centers of Russian and Eurasian studies, which essentially became a euphemism for the territory of the former Soviet Union. Even after the destabilization of Ukraine by Putin's Russia began in 2014, many Western scholars who would unwaveringly support the condemnation of colonialism and the exploitation of indigenous peoples in any other place in the world usually took a different approach when writing about Russian history. Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014 was often justified as returning it to where the peninsula historically belongs. Does not this echo Putin's thoughts about the historical lands of Russia before his invasion of Ukraine? Unfortunately, Western histories of Russia often reflected this official Russian discourse on Ukraine and Ukrainians. And in a sense, I think they also became complicit in the normalization of this growing Russian imperialism, albeit unwittingly. I also remember Yuri Andrukhovich, a Ukrainian writer, observing, and I quote just a few months ago, that somehow to his surprise, that Russian culture has become something like a sacred cow to Western intellectuals. Why exactly in her case, and it seems only in her case, criticism and skepticism, which have been traditional for the West since the Age of Enlightenment, don't work? That's the question. Why does Western rationalism, which it would seem is not afraid of any authority, capitulates exclusively to Russian mystical irrationalism? So, my point is, of course, it will be Russian people who should make, this examination of conscience and do repentance at some point. But I think that also we should do our job, also in the West. If we are honest about the sustainable peace in the region in Europe, it's time to wake up and make Russia accountable for its imperial heritage reincarnated in the communism and Putinism. Thank you.
Карнувалася в путінському режимі.
І я би хотів, щоб ми
Father Yuri, I'm going to stop here and...
Пане Юрій, я тут закінчу і передам вам слово.
Пане Тарасе, зараз ви мене чуєте. Дякую.
Taras, can you hear me? Перепрошую, проблеми зі звуком.
Накладки, але заїхавши сьогодні до Києва, пане Тарасе, чуєте добре?
Father Yuri, you are muted, so we cannot hear.
Пане Юрій, ви зараз зам'ючені, і ми не можемо вас почути. Ви маєте увімкнути мікрофон. Є ехо. Ми чуємо ехо.
За ваше слово. Сьогодні, заїхавши до Києва, ми приїжджали повз пам'ятник Дзержинському. Ми так спитали, чому він стоїть тут. Перепрошую, Щорсу, але ви захвилювалися, але коли ми заїхали, я був розгублений, бо я не думаю, що Щорс є чимось більш чеснотливий, ніж Дзержинський. В кожному випадку тут ходить про те, як ми даємо ради своєю пам'яттю, бо непокаране зло, не переосмислене зло, так як пан Тарас сказав навіть на Ялтинській конференції, так було дуже подвійне ставлення. Фашизм, нацизм був засуджений, а до комунізму було таке
we have this negative attitude, but to communism, it was
в
like
результаті ми
we
маємо
had the
в
silence,
довшій перспективі цю
and
війну.
that's why we have this
Говорячи про
full-scale war
національну
right now.
пам'ять,
So
я з
speaking of
особливою
national
приємністю хочу
memory, I'd like
представити
to pass
вашій
the
увазі
floor
пана
right now
Антона Дробовича,
to
який є головою
Антон Дробович, who
Українського
is the
інституту
head of the
національної
Ukrainian
пам'яті.
Institute of National Memory.
Пан Дробович
And
працював
Mr.
в органах
Dробovich
державної влади,
was a public
державних
official
закладах культури і освіти,
in state
в тому числі на
cultural and
посаді
educational
радника
institutions,
міністра
also as an
освіти і
advisor of
науки
the
України,
Minister of Science and
керівника
Education of
служби
Ukraine,
стратегії
the head
музейного
of the
планування
service
та розвитку
of the
мистецького
museum planning
арсеналу.
strategy,
Також
мистецький
він є
арсенал, and he's also
екс-керівником
the
освітніх програм меморіального
head
центру
of
Голокосту Бабин-Яр.
the
І
Babin Yar
також
Center.
він є експертом
And he's an
Інституту
expert of the Institute
суспільно-економічних
of Social
досліджень.
and Economic
І,
Research.
просимо
And
ваше
Anton,
слово.
please, you're so welcome.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you so much.
Перш за все,
Thank
я
you.
би
So first of
хотів
all,
одразу
I would like to express my solidarity with the majority of statements provided by Mr. Dubko, because, well, I will stop at this ethical part a little bit, and a little bit of history will be there, of this unpunished evil. And I will try to answer the third question of the panel. How exactly, in which manner, what basics of the just peace should be transformed into the sustainable security architecture? So first of all, I'd like to start with the following.
Основна відповідь власне на питання, яке ставить наш круглий стіл, то на чому ж власне має ця архітектура безпеки базуватися? На мою думку, це три речі. Це свобода, за яку ми зараз помираємо, це справедливість, якої ми прагнемо досягти, і солідарність, завдяки якій власне у нас щось виходить. І солідарність між собою, і солідарність зі світом. Це такі три речі засадничі, і мені здається, саме в них успіх всіх наших починань. Якщо вони випадають, хоч одна з них, біда. І свободи. З цих трьох речей буде походити і рівність,
So the
і
equality will
повага,
be
і
generated by freedom and
демократія,
respect and
і вони всі
democracy
похідні від
because
цих
these are
великих
generated
категорій.
by these big categories.
Що говорити, якщо
So
говорити про
when we talk
помилки минулого,
about the errors of the past
бачимо,
or
що
mistakes, we do see
в повоєнній
that
архітектурі
in
після
post-war
Другої
architecture
світової
after
війни,
WW2,
повоєнній архітектурі безпеки,
the post-war
є одна
security
велика
architecture, there is
родова
one
травма.
big
Цю травму
hereditary
дуже
trauma.
чітко озвучив
This was clearly,
Тарас Дубко.
well, Mr. Taras actually.
Ця травма пов'язана з тим, що була застосована вибіркова
There
справедливість.
was a selective
Якщо
justice,
бути зовсім
targeted justice.
коректним,
If we try to
то
be
на світовому
precise
рівні
at the global
запанувала
level,
напівправда
there was the
та
half truth
напівсправедливість.
and half justice that were ruling
Напівправда,
the
тому
world
що
half
не
truth. Why?
всі
Because not
тоталітарні
all
лиха
totalitarian
були
evils,
названі
let's
своїми
say, were
іменами
given
і,
proper names or were
власне,
mentioned
засуджені.
properly
Тому що західний світ
and punished because
після
the
війни
Western
був
world after
втомлений.
the war they
Було
were
страшно.
tired.
Не
There
хотілося
was a lot of
великої
fear.
війни
Nobody wanted to
знову.
have a big war again.
Це дуже чітко читається, коли
we can
читаєш
clearly
біографії великих
Observe
людей,
it when you read the
коли
biographies of
проникаєшся
leaders, when you
духом, наприклад,
feel the
Нюрнберзького
spirit of the
процесу.
Nuremberg
Читаєш ці
process, you
документи,
read the
ти розумієш,
documents, you
що
understand
політики
that
того часу,
politicians
вони не здатні просто
those
провести
times they
такий
simply were
самий
not
суд
able to have
над
the same
більшовиками. Це просто неможливо. Не
trial for
вистачило б сили
Bolsheviks. They
у тих
wouldn't be
політиків
capable
в
of,
той
no
час.
resource that
Бо
was at
вони
the political
ледь-ледь
level because
тримали
they
ту велику
barely
перемогу
handled that big
над одним
victory
злом, і вони
over
б не
one
були
evil.
здатні
They
почати
would
наступну
never
війну
manage to
одразу.
start another. They
Але
would
біда
never
в тому,
manage to start another war
що,
instantly.
і
But
це я можу зрозуміти,
the problem is, I can
страшно
understand it.
почати
There's a lot
продовжити
of fear to
велику війну
continue
після
the
стількох
war
років.
after so many years
Я
and
можу
so many
зрозуміти
sufferings. I
цих
can
політиків,
understand the
цих людей.
politicians
І
of
можу
those
зрозуміти
people, and I can
втому,
understand
якої
the
зараз теж
fatigue.
дуже багато чуємо про
We
втому від
hear a
війни.
lot
Це
about
я ще два
fatigue
слова
of the
скажу.
war, yeah, the war fatigue,
Біда
as
в
they call
тому,
it.
що
What
ці
is
самі
the
політики,
tragedy? The
ці
same
інтелектуали,
politicians, these
ця спільнота
intellectuals, and
тоді,
that community
на мою
at those
думку,
times, in my opinion,
зробила велику помилку,
they made a big
що
mistake.
в них не вистачило сили
They didn't
діяти,
have enough of strength to
щоб
act,
засудити,
to
щоб
prosecute, to
покарати інший
punish
тоталітарний режим.
other
Біда в
totalitarian
тому, що не
regimes. The
вистачило
problem is
інтелектуальної
there
сили
was not
назвати
enough
це
of
своїми
intellectual
іменами.
strength to call it
Ми
with a proper
бачимо, що
name.
один за одним далі,
We
після
saw
Другої
that
світової
one by
війни,
one after
почали
World War
пробуджуватися
II,
інтелектуали,
intellectuals
хтось раніше,
started
хтось
waking up
пізніше,
sooner or
такі як
later,
Черчилль,
like
які
Churchill.
швидко схаменулися і
Quite
зрозуміли, що
quickly he realized
окей,
what the situation was, understanding
справа не
that okay,
завершена.
it's like not
Вони почали
complete.
публічно
They
про це
started
говорити.
publicly speaking
Але
of it, but
великим
західним консенсусом
with a big
щодо
Western
непокараного
consensus
зла,
on the unpunished
але
evil,
дуже вибіркового
with
консенсусу.
this targeted or selected consensus.
Ну, він наступив, цей більш-менш консенсус, тільки десь
This consensus, we managed to
всередині
reach it
тривалості
like
Холодної війни,
in the middle of
коли
Cold War,
Радянський Союз уже
when the Soviet
потроху
Union started
власне отримав свою репутацію
finally got its
зла,
reputation of the
почалося
empire of
пішло
evil,
десятиліття.
so dozens of
І
years
то не у
it
всіх
took, but not for everyone.
вистачало
Not
справедливості
everyone
і чесності це
had
визнати.
enough of
Про дії
honesty to
взагалі не
recognize it. I not
говоримо
mention the
навіть просто про
actions, even
називання речей своїми іменами.
calling the things were the proper
Відповідно,
names. So,
спочатку через
respectively,
страх,
first due to fear, then because
а далі через бажання
of the
пересидіти
wish
велике
to
зло,
just
Захід не
ignore the
зробив
big evil, the
дві
West
речі. Не назвав
didn't
речі
do
своїми
two
іменами
things, didn't give
до
it the
кінця,
proper names
тільки половину
completely, just
правди
the
сказав,
half-truth was there,
напівправда панувала,
semi-truth.
і не зробив конкретних
And there
вчинків.
were no specific actions taken.
Запанувала
So there
напівсправедливість.
was
Оці дві найбільші вади
half-justice. And these
воєнного світу.
two flaws of the
породили цю
post-war
війну.
world that
Ми
actually
бачимо,
generated the
що
current war.
російський реваншизм,
We can see that
який
Russian
вони,
revanchism,
власне,
as we call it,
на якій
when their
побудована ця війна,
ideology, what they
війни
use as a core
немає ніяких ні
principle of this war,
економічних,
there's
ні
no
політичних,
economic,
ні безпекових
political,
причин.
no security
Тільки
issues, nothing
російський
are there.
імперський
Just the
реваншизм.
Russian imperialistic
Путін це
revanchism.
чітко довів в своїх
Putin
псевдонаукових
actually
статтях на початку
presented
війни.
his
Але
pseudo-scientific
цей реваншизм
papers.
стоїть
He
на
demonstrated there
оцій
this revanchism
напівправді і
is standing on this
напівсправедливості,
half-truth and
з якою
half-justice.
весь світ
The
погодився
whole world
після
said
Другої
yes to it
світової.
after World War II.
Важливо відзначити,
It's important to
що
note that
не тільки західний
not
світ
only the
за це несе
Western
відповідальність. Ми теж,
is
ми,
responsible, we,
східноєвропейські
the Eastern
народи теж,
European peoples as well.
отримавши в 90-х
In
роках
1990s, we got our
поваливши
freedom and
тоталітарний режим,
independence, so we broke the totalitarian
теж не
regime.
поставили
We did
на
not
перше місце
prioritize the freedom with
Ми не
totalitarian
провели
regime.
декомунізацію.
We did not have the decommunization
треба.
in proper way when we
Не
had
тільки
to.
ми.
Not only us,
білоруси.
we,
Хтось
Belarusians,
краще це спорався, як Балтійські
someone did
країни.
it better like the Baltic
Вони
states.
чіткіше
They
відчували екзистенційне
felt it
зло,
better what kind of
яке
existential
виходить
evil
з цієї
that is, that's
напівправди,
coming out of this
напівсправедливості.
post,
А по суті,
coming out of this
з
half-truth and
непокараною
half-justice.
Але
The
такі
unpunished
країни, як
empire.
ми,
But
як
such states
білоруси,
as us,
як
Belarus,
Молдавани,
Moldova,
не
for
зробили
example,
цього
we didn't
вчасно.
do it on time,
Румуни, мені теж
in due
здається.
time. So I guess Romanians
І ми
did.
маємо тепер
And
плоди.
now we have the
Ми були теж
consequences.
заспокоєні
We were like
західним
calmed down by
консенсусом,
Western
західним
consensus,
компромісом з
Western
власною совістю.
compromise,
І у нас самих не
moral
вистачило
compromise,
сили
and we
дожати цього.
hadn't enough
Хоча
strength to push it
східноєвропейські
to the
народи
end.
найгостріше
The Eastern
відчували
European
це зло.
peoples
І ми бачимо в
felt
цій
it
війні
in
зараз
like
саме
the strongest way.
східноєвропейські
So
народи, які
right now,
зіштовхнулися
Eastern
з
European
комуністичним тоталітарним
nation
режимом.
facing the totalitarian
Принциповіше за
regime.
все зараз стоять.
Right now
Тому
we're
що і
fighting,
поляки,
and we're resilient because
латвійці,
Polish,
і литовці,
the Latvians,
українці дуже
Lithuanians,
чітко
Ukrainians,
відчувають і знають, чим закінчиться ця війна,
they feel it.
якщо
They
ми
know what
програємо.
this
Вона
war will end
закінчиться
with
просто
if we
смертю
lose,
для
just
нас,
with deaths
для наших народів.
for us,
По одному,
for us as a
один за
nations,
одним.
one by
Це
one.
екзистенційне питання.
This is the existential issue.
Відповідно, тут теж частина нашої
Respectively, this is the
відповідальності.
share of our
І,
responsibility.
тобто, поки був Радянський
So
Союз
what
живий,
we
це
had
тривало. І навіть по тому,
USSR
як він впав,
viable,
його
and when it
сила
fell, its
зменшилась.
strength
Ми цього не зробили. Ні
lowered.
західне
We didn't do it
суспільство,
that.
ні ми не назвали
Neither
речі
the
до кінця
Westerners
своїми
nor us, we didn't give the proper names to it.
Далі я би хотів
Then
зацитувати
I would like to
на
quote,
сам кінець
just in
свого
the very end
виступу
of my presentation,
Тімоті Снайдера.
Timothy Snyder,
Снайдера,
Dr. Timothy
який
Snyder.
він нещодавно сказав в одній з
Recently,
публікацій
he spoke
під
in
час
one of his
свого візиту в
publications
Київ,
during his
зокрема, на
Kyiv
Ялтинську
visits,
стратегію,
the
яку
Yalta
зараз проводять,
strategy, by the
в
way,
Києві.
that
Одна
they
з
had in
фраз,
Kyiv. So
які
one
він
of the
сказав, що
phrases that was there,
я не розумію,
I don't
чому західні
understand why
партнери
Western
намагаються
partners are
засудити
trying
Україну
to
за сильну позицію проти Росії.
judge Ukraine
як
for
все
the strong
одно,
position
щоб
against Russia. It's
в
just the same thing
баскетбольному
like in the
матчі
basketball match,
команді сказати, не виходьте на
to telling the
половину
team,
поля
please, do
супротивника.
not come to the
Не
half
грайте
of
на
the field
повну
of your
силу.
enemy. Please just
Ці
have strength
обмеження
to
в
be there, have a
зброї,
potential. These
підтримці,
weaponry
всякі застереження,
limitations,
типу, давайте не провокувати
cutting these
Росію, виглядають
systems,
саме
these
так.
warnings not to
Як
provoke Russia, it looks like this.
намагання обмежити
An attempt to
ситуацію в
limit
такій ситуації.
us in this situation.
І з цього простий
And
висновок робиться.
a small
Майбутнє
conclusion is coming
цієї
out of this. So
архітектури
the future of the
безпеки
security
можна
architecture
забезпечити
can
тільки
be
силою.
ensured only with force.
Period.
That's it,
Тільки
period,
силою.
just
І
with
нам не
force.
треба боятися
You
цієї
don't have to
сили.
be afraid of this force, you
Справедливі
know,
речі,
just
великі
things,
перемоги,
big
всі великі
victories, all
воїни
big
минулого,
wars of
в тому
past,
числі перемога в Другій
including
світовій
the victory in
війні, була
WW2,
виграна силою,
they
не
won
неміччю, а саме силу.
Because of force, because not of
Мудро
weakness.
треба
Not of
скористатися
weakness. We
цією
have to be
силою.
wise
Але без цієї
using this
сили ми
force.
не
Without
виграємо.
force,
І зараз ця
we will
сила,
not get victory. And now
вона
this,
в нашого народу,
who
в
has the force? Our
солідарності з
people, and
європейськими
the
країнами,
solidarity
з
with European
Сполученими
states, with
Штатами.
the
І цю
US,
силу потрібно
and this
використати.
force should be
Відповідно,
used.
наш мир і
Respectively, our
сталий мир в
peace
світі
and
буде
sustainable peace in the
забезпечений
world will be
силою.
ensured by
І не треба
force,
цього
by
боятися.
power. Don't be afraid of
Хочу
that.
наголосити,
I just
що
want to
не слід
stress that we
плутати,
should not
це остання моя
mix,
теза,
this is the
про
last statement.
давайте не боятися сили,
Let's not be
і в першу
afraid
чергу
of
вона має бути
force and the
адресована
power,
нашим західним
so it
партнерам.
first
Я
goes to our
хочу,
Western partners.
користуючись тим, що ми зараз знаходимося
Using the
на
occasion
платформі
that we are on the
Українського
platform of
католицького університету,
UCU,
запелювати
so
до
I just
християнських
want
тез
to
щодо сили.
use the Christian statements
Дуже
on
важливо
force and power.
пам'ятати,
So
що
it's
всі
important to
неймовірні
remember that
речі,
all
в
wonderful
тому
things,
числі
unbelievable
описані в
things,
Святому
even
Письмі,
those we
створені
have in the
силою,
Bible,
Божою силою,
the
силою
God's
царів,
force,
силою пророків,
the force of
силою
the
суддів.
prophets
Це
and
великі речі.
kings.
І
So
я говорю не
the
тільки
big
про
stuff, I'm not
створення
saying
міст,
just about the creation
завоювання
of
територій,
cities,
обіцяних
conquering the
Богом,
territories
так? Або
promised by God,
силою
or
стриматися від
with
чогось.
the force to resist
І
something.
тут важливо пам'ятати,
And it's
що
important to
це
remember
завжди була сила.
That this has
І
always
навіть
been
коли
the
ми
force.
говоримо про Гефсиманський
And
сад
if
і
we talk
фразу
about the
Христа
Gethsemane
«поклади меч назад»,
garden and that Jesus
це,
said,
бо я
put the
можу
sword
викликати
back
великі
because
сили, але він стримався, щоб це
he
робити. Так
resisted.
само, коли йдеться про
no
підставити
big force
іншу
there.
щоку, він каже
Put the other cheek.
стриматися, щоб не
Like you have to
не
resist.
породити
You do
коло
not need
помсти.
to generate this
сила.
vicious circle of
Це сила
retaliation. The
недіяння,
power, the force,
коли треба усвідомлено
the emission to
зупинитися
act.
на
When
дії.
you consciously
Це
just
не можна
stop.
плутати з неміччю.
Please don't mix this
Тому
with,
що
confuse
в
this with
випадку, коли ти
weakness,
бачиш,
because
як
when
хтось
you
когось
see
б'є,
someone is hitting someone,
вбиває і
killing,
гвалтує, а ти маєш
raping, and
силу
you
це
have
зупинити, і ти
enough of
її не
strength to
задієш,
stop it
то
and
це
you don't
неміч.
do it, this is
Це
weakness.
страшна біда,
This is a
яка,
horrible
мені здається,
tragedy, and
не
to me it
відповідає
seems,
ані духові, ані букві християнського вчення.
It's
Звісно,
absolutely
це
not
вільна
compliant
інтерпретація,
with
ми
Christianity.
можемо
It's just a free interpretation of
дискутувати.
force. And
От. І наостанок скажу,
Just to
процитую
finish,
ще одну
I'll
людину,
quote another person.
що стосується прискорення цієї
Speaking of the
перемоги.
how to accelerate
Олександр
victory, how to
Матвійчук,
bring it closer.
українська
Alexander
Нобелівська
Matvichuk,
лауреатка,
Ukrainian Nobel Prize
під час
winner.
нещодавної конференції сказала таку річ.
The last conference she said that
Ми всі
we
втомились
all
від
are
війни.
tired of the
Багато
war.
втомились. В
Many
Україні
of
теж.
us, in Ukraine as
На
well.
Заході теж.
In West,
Тому
in West
давайте,
they
раз
do
ми втомилися
as well.
від
So if
війни,
we're so
не
tired,
говорити про
let's
те,
not talk
як же
of
так зробити,
how
щоб
can we
Україна
do
не
it for
програла.
Ukraine not to
Давайте
lose.
по-іншому говорити.
Let's
Давайте
do it in
говорити
the
так,
opposite way.
як же
Let's
так
start
зробити,
talking
щоб
like how
Україна
can we do it for
якнайшвидше
Ukraine to
виграла,
win
раз ми
as
так
soon as it
втомилися від
can
війни.
if we are
Дуже
so
дякую.
tired. Thank you.
Щиро дякую,
Thank you so much.
пане Антоне.
Антон, thank you.
Since our next speaker will speak in English,
Оскільки наш наступний
I
спікер
will
буде використовувати
present
англійську,
him in
відповідно,
English,
я
but,
його представлю англійською
before
мовою.
this,
Але перед тим
I would like to thank you for
хочу подякувати вам
reminding
за те, що
about the
нагадали
force,
нам про
because we
силу,
need to
власне,
distinguish
тому що ми повинні
between
розрізняти.
force and violence.
Насильство і сила – це різні речі в
How
будь-якому випадку.
have the
І-
state to respond for insult, and
І
what
як
is the
ми
personal
реагуємо на
response
образу,
for
так і
insult.
яка
I
індивідуальна
will
реакція
mention
на
in my
образу. Так, я це
presentation next
зазначу
panel.
в своїй презентації
But
на
now
наступній
I'm very
панелі,
glad
але
to
зараз мені дуже
introduce,
приємно
to your
вам
attention,
представити
Mr. Gerard Powers,
пана
who
Джерарда
is Director
Пауерса,
of Catholic Peace Building Studies at the Kirk
власне,
Institute of the University
який
of Notre
представляє
Dame.
університет Нотр-Дама.
Mr. Powers is also
Пан
coordinator
Пауерс
of the
також
Catholic Peace Building
координує
Network.
католицьку
He
миробудівну
specializes in
мережу. Він
ethics of the
спеціалізується,
use of
власне,
force,
на етиці використання
religion,
застосування сили,
conflict and peace building,
релігійних конфліктах та
ethics
встановленні
and
миру,
US
етичні
foreign
питання
policy.
та
And
закордонна
as far as
політика
I know,
США.
the
Наскільки я
Institute and
знаю,
personally
інститут
Mr.
і особисто
Powers
пан Паверс,
are serving as expertise
вони,
for more
власне,
than
є
20 national Catholic
експертами
conferences around
20
the world,
католицьких конференцій
which,
міжнародних в
in
усьому
this,
світі. Так?
topics
Вони
which
є експертами саме в цих питаннях.
connected with war, just peace, just war,
Так, все, що
always
стосується саме справедливого миру війни,
asking
так,
for
і
expertise thoughts, for some
завжди їхні думки дуже
recommendation from
цінуються,
Mr.
експертні,
Powers.
відповідно, рекомендації.
Mr. Powers, floor is yours.
Thank you, Father Yuri.
Щиро дякую, щиро дякую вам.
It's been close to my heart since
Отже, Україна ще з 87-го року, скажімо, я дуже дуже близько з нею знайомий. той час я
Portfolio was mostly religious freedom in the Soviet bloc. And after the fall of the Berlin Wall, I did help put together the U.S. Catholic Bishops program to aid the Catholic Church in Ukraine and other parts of the former Soviet bloc. I am glad that I can play a small part in Notre Dame's engagement with the Ukrainian Catholic University, and it's a privilege to be part of this discussion in particular. The fact that you are taking the time to discuss the long-term need for a just peace at a time when the Russian regime is trying to destroy Ukraine is a testament to your character, your foresight, your wisdom, and your abiding hope in a better future. A security architecture for a just peace must ensure both a negative peace, the absence of war, and a positive peace, peace based on justice, freedom, truth, and reconciliation, solidarity, other virtues. In my short remarks, I want to focus on norms and policies related to the negative peace part of that just peace architecture. And I want to be very specific and focus on elements of an architecture for the wider world that are integral to a just peace for Ukraine. Terrence mentioned the double standard at Yalta. I want to focus on two examples of current double standards in international relations that must be addressed if Ukraine and other countries are to be safe from future coercion and aggression. One is the need for more widespread commitment, especially by powerful countries, to a restrictive interpretation of norms governing the use of military force. The second is the need to reject out of hand any use or threat of use of nuclear weapons and revive arms control measures to restrict the kinds of weapons currently being used to threaten Ukraine. The first point about norms related to the use of military force. Ukraine is the classic case of legitimate self-defense against aggression. Classic case of legitimate self-defense against aggression. As is typical in war, Putin has used multiple rationalizations in vain attempts to legitimize Russia's hegemonic efforts to restore the Russian Empire. I will focus briefly on just one of those rationalizations. That is this notion of preventive war, which claims that Russia is justified in using military force to defend against potential threats or gathering dangers allegedly posed by a so-called Nazi regime in Ukraine, which might someday reconstitute its nuclear arsenal, Archbishop Boris mentioned Ukraine's nuclear arsenal, and join NATO, which is seen as an existential threat to Russia. Preventive wars are wars of aggression. That was true when Hitler used the concept to justify his military conquest, and is true now when Russia uses it as a warrant for invading Ukraine. Preventive war is not based on legitimate defense against actual armed attacks or actual threats, as required by the UN Charter and Catholic social teaching. Rather, preventive war is based on an alleged right to use force based on speculative claims about potential or gathering long-term dangers. Now, it is relevant for this discussion about a just peace architecture for the world that the Kremlin cites the 2003 U.S. intervention in Iraq as a precedent. Recall that Iraq was a test case for the Bush administration's new national security strategy. That national security strategy claimed that traditional notions of self-defense had to be expanded and made more permissive to permit military action, not just to defend against actual aggression or actual armed attack, but also to defend against potential or gathering dangers. In the case of Iraq, the Bush administration claimed that unilateral military intervention was justified to prevent the gathering danger posed by a rogue Iraqi regime, allegedly with weapons of mass destruction and allegedly with ties to terrorists. This preventive war justification for intervention in Iraq is one reason that Pope John Paul II, other senior Vatican officials, and Episcopal conferences in the United States and around the world were so outspoken in opposition to the U.S. intervention. I mention this because it raises an important point about the current debate about the just war tradition within the Catholic Church. Both realist critics and pacifists claim that in Fratelli Tutti, Pope Francis abandoned the just war tradition. That is a misreading of the encyclical, in my view. A better interpretation of the encyclical is that it reinforces the Church's long-standing restrictive approach to the just war tradition and rejects more permissive approaches. And Ukraine shows the wisdom of that, of reinforcing the Church's restrictive approach to the just war and rejecting more permissive approaches. The restrictive approach holds that there is a strong presumption against the use of force that may be overridden only in the case of defense against ongoing aggression. Some who criticize official Church teaching as functionally pacifist, George Weigel is an example, take a much more permissive approach in the name of retrieving a more traditional Thomist or Augustinian understanding of just war. They see war as a necessary tool of justice and statecraft, and they use, therefore, justified preventive war against Iraq. U.S. Ambassador to the Holy See, Michael Novak, is a prominent example of that. So Ukraine is now a victim of this dangerous and indefensible doctrine of preventive war, a doctrine of might makes right that serves only powerful nations seeking to dominate weaker ones. So a just peace architecture for Ukraine will be impossible if permissive approaches to the just war tradition and dangerous doctrines like preventive war were to become the norm. My second point is about nuclear weapons. A just peace for Ukraine depends on progress on issues of global peace and security. And I want to focus on a key aspect of global peace and security. Here I'm talking about a negative peace, and that is nuclear weapons. Russian aggression against Ukraine has made the risk of nuclear war greater today than any time since the Cuban Missile Crisis and perhaps since Nagasaki. The Kremlin continues to threaten to use nuclear weapons, ostensibly to defend Russia, a threat made more serious with Russia's illegal annexation of parts of Ukraine. The world has been lucky, and luck is the appropriate term, that nuclear weapons have not been used in war since Nagasaki. But nuclear weapons are very much being used against Ukraine in this war, even if they have not been detonated. Russian threats of nuclear use and escalation have nothing to do with self-defense and everything to do with enhancing its aggression. The Kremlin has been rightly condemned for its nuclear saber-rattling. Just a few days ago, the G20's New Delhi declaration said the use or threat of use of nuclear weapons is inadmissible. Putin would become even more of an international pariah than he already is if he were to break the long-standing nuclear taboo against use and be the first to use nuclear weapons in war since Nagasaki. The problem is that the condemnation of Russian threats of nuclear use lack credibility when made by NATO, the United Kingdom, the United States, for example. That's because those nations, those nuclear powers' national security doctrines mirror Russia's insofar as they hold open the option of using weapons, even against non-nuclear threats. At a minimum, it is long past time for all nuclear states to adopt no first use policies. But a much better approach would be to dramatically increase the number of parties to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which went into effect in 2021. And that treaty prohibits the use or threat of use of nuclear weapons. Finally, a just peace for Ukraine requires a revival of the nuclear arms control regime, which has been systematically dismantled over the past 20 years. Tactical and intermediate range nuclear weapons pose the most immediate threat to Ukraine. The INF Treaty banned all intermediate range nuclear weapons in Europe. It was the first treaty to eliminate an entire class of weapons. Unfortunately, amidst allegations of Russian cheating, the U.S. withdrew from the treaty in 2019. Negotiations to revive the INF Treaty and to reduce or eliminate tactical nuclear weapons, Russia has about 2,000, would be important steps in enhancing Ukraine's security. So to summarize, a just peace for Ukraine requires two minimum requirements of a negative peace, and these are minimum requirements. First, notions of preventive war must be rejected. Preventive war is just one reason that the Catholic Church's restrictive approach to the just war tradition must be maintained against those who advocate for a much more permissive approach to the approaches to the ethics of war. Secondly, Ukraine can only enjoy a just peace over the long term if the nuclear powers reduce their reliance on nuclear weapons, renounce threats to use them against smaller non-nuclear states or anyone else, and revive the arms control regime, starting with eliminating those short and medium-range weapons that currently threaten Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powers, for
Дякую, пане
sharing
Паверс,
with
за
us
те,
your
що
source
ви
of
не
wisdom.
поділ...
And ми...
Father, you're muted. Father Yuri,
Okay,
we cannot hear you.
once again. А зараз чуєте?
Can you hear me now?
Чи зараз мене чути?
Can you hear me right now?
Включіть.
We still cannot hear you.
Ні, ще досі не чуємо.
Так, і треба виключити промовця, мене включити. Зараз.
What about now?
Зараз чути було.
So, Mr. Powers, thank you very much for your presentation and for your wisdom. And we proceed further with our schedule. І я з особливою приємністю хочу
And with great pleasure, I would like to invite my colleague, Yuri Martinyuk, who is a Deputy Dean of a Philosophical and Theological faculty. And he specializes in theoethics, artificial intelligence, and violence. He's an author of 4 publications and more than 30 different articles dedicated to bioethics. And also he's an active deputy in international affairs. Yuri? Glory to Jesus Christ. I would like to express my gratitude to all of the organizers for the honor and the possibility to participate in the implementation of this project and make my humble input into the building of a just peace. My reflection is about the principle of nonviolence that exists
католицької церкви і потребує
that is a part of Catholic doctrine and needs to be rethought. And its role in the rebuilding or the architecture of the future just peace. My reflection will be the following. First, I will discuss the perception of just peace and just war in the social doctrine of the Catholic Church. Then I will make a short historical introduction into the background of the stance in the social position of the Catholic Church, and then I will start talking about the non-violence principle. So what is peace for us, for Christians? Peace, first and foremost, is not just absence of conflicts, but state of welfare, both individual and socially. And Pastor's Constitution about Church, Gaudium et Spes. The peace is described as the result of finding justice. So peace without justice is not an ultimate peace for Christians. So peace is only just. As far as war is concerned, in Catholic environment, there is an internal discussion ongoing among contradictory positions. On one hand, there is a perception that in the world damaged by sin, war conflicts cannot lead to finding justice and sustainable peace, and also the contrary position. Well, Christian position is different from the secular concept and the political concept. For Christians, it's evident that the war is not a necessary dimension for people. You can do without war. This is why there is an idea to eliminate a war from the conflict resolution position. On the other hand, there is a thought that in the world damaged by peace, it's not possible to avoid conflicts that escalated into war or violent conflict and war. But even then, the morality cannot be ignored. So these two different positions need to be considered. So the reality of conflict and the limitation of violence in war. At some point, we see that in humanitarian law and Geneva Conventions about civilians, non-combatants, prisoners of war, and using certain weaponry. So how this approach was formed towards war and peace? If we take a look at the first century of the existence of Christianity, we can see that the dominated position was the pacifist, non-participative position, like non-participation in the army service. And St. Augustine, we can see that it's changing gradually, and St. Augustine describes military service as a requirement. And Thomas Aquinas was not a pacifist as well. There are three components in his concept to call war just cause, legitimate power, and good intention. Protecting the weak is the requirement. So the Catholic Church cannot justify aggressive wars. There is only a war to protect oneself. So there are three reasons. Restoration of rights, protection from aggression. There's only one left, protection from aggression. It's not. There's no good argument to justify war. The danger of war is even worse than unprovoked aggression, and then it's better for a nation to
Якщо
suffer
всі
from
ненасильницькі засоби виявились недієвими проти
unjustness than
агресії,
to
задля
be
відновлення
caught in a war.
справедливого
In
миру,
order to restore
тоді
just
можна вдаватися
peace,
до захисної війни.
this
Більше
is the
того,
only cause for
Папи,
a just peace.
він
And
наголошує, що
Pope
в цьому випадку
thought that
вірний
in that
католик,
case,
християнин не має права
Catholic
ігнорувати
and
вимоги
Christian cannot
легітимної влади,
ignore
залучення
the
до військової
requirements
служби і
of
дій
the
задля
legitimate
захисту
power
своєї
to
нації.
be engaged in the
Другий
military
Ватиканський
protection
собор
of the nation. The
теж
Second
вніс свій внесок
Vatican
у сприйняття
Congress
війни та миру.
also made its contribution into the perception of war and peace. The war is possible only to protect its citizens, but it's not accepted as a means to restore rights. There are other forms of resistance here. Since Paul VI, there have been attempts to find other non-violent means. Vatican condemns unjust aggression, but it calls for peace. And there are also other different laws for war. And now we are witnesses of an relevant rhetorics that I think should be left with no comment. And future scholars may want to study it. Now, for the non-violence principle. This principle is often observed as pacifism. What principle is that? It's an attempt to find alternative ways, non-violent ways, to resolve divisions between nations and finding justice. So pacifism is an acceptable form of individual attitude to build peace, but it can't be a general social form of state policy. Pacifism is an option, it's not a requirement, it's not a duty, it's an option of individual choice of a Christian, while duty is caring for global welfare. So Catholic doctrine orients to two different areas, just war and non-violence or pacifism. These are two positions. Well, there's a presumption of non-violence, but the theory of just war accepts violence as unavoidable. In the theory of social teachings, there are two criteria that are dedicated to use in bellum and use ad bellum. I'm not going to compare these criteria, I'll just focus on one of them. So one of the main criteria is proportionality of actions.
Тобто справедливо є надію відповідати пропорційною протидією.
So there should be a proportional retaliation or counteraction. There is a problem out of this. But
що є точкою співвідношення пропорцій?
What is proportional? Because if there is a conflict between nuclear states, this will lead to the extinction. It should be there should be a focus on the avoidance of nuclear aggression. If you make a comparison with the boxing, this is an immediate mutual knockout. Both opponents are down, so there is no violence, but cannot be called just peace, maybe for the viewers. And in such a case, there is no victim or no aggression, and those who participated in, they accepted the rules. And speaking about proportionality, there are a series of questions. If a nuclear state wages a war against a non-nuclear, what are the possible ways of retaliation? Can they
пропорційних
can they perform these proportional actions?
Is it enough to have the proportionality principle for just and stable peace? So, if we speak only about the aggressor's action or the level of threat the one is posing regarding the proportionality principle, so one of the most important questions, why for us it's so important to win, because the end of the war may have a couple of scenarios actually, the victory, the defeat, and let's say a peace agreement. So when nobody wins, the aggressor is getting its benefit, and the one who's oppressed gets another. So this is a rhetorical question. There are so many questions requiring answers, in particular like those of which international mechanisms should be launched automatically. For example, in the moment when someone is announcing a non-flying zone, okay, when the country is announcing a non-flight zone over its territory, what international mechanisms should be launched then? Automatically, and these mechanisms have to be instant and efficient. So, from the standpoint of the just war principle, the non-violence principle of pacifism, in the context of active war phase, cannot be considered an appropriate measure, but can be taken as a purpose, as a goal, to go back to the peaceful settlement of disputes between the states and to take a proper place in the architecture of just peace after the war is over. Then the nonviolence principle will be appropriate and relevant, and its use and its application will make sense. So just to summarize. So what is not a violence? The victim's actions to defend oneself. Because the victim is not the one to blame for aggression. Only the aggressor can stop the act of aggression. The victim of aggression can defend oneself till the very end, by the moment when the aggression is stopped, using all available tools, and there is no commitment for a victim to think of the welfare of aggressor. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yuri, thank you so much for your reflections, and thank you for these ideas, something definitely to think about, some food for thought. The just peace, the just war. We'll also talk about these things in the second panel a little bit, and as you can see, we have offline and offline speeches. We plan to have the Mr. Shiringovsky speech, representing the UCU, so Dmitro, for the last 10 years in our university, he has been such an engine of international cooperation, I can say. So he is developing this area, also was a deputy rector on internationalization of the university, handling with some academic issues for more than 10 years. He took various positions, he had different tasks, but his area of scientific interest is conflictology. And he is the lecturer at the Department of Political Sciences. Therefore, I think his reflections in the context of our discussion of the just peace and security architecture. Dmitro, please, the floor is yours. Дуже дякую, пане Юрію.
Father Yuri mentioned in your opinion about like the just war. So when I'm thinking about the present war and about how to use that experience to build like the new global architecture of security, we should define a few important things. So first of all, this Russian-Ukrainian war at this period is actually the continuation of the logic of the Cold War. And if it be about conflicts that were caused by the Cold War, we are coming to the idea that actually brought us four different dimensions of the present war. First of all, this is decreasing the
Отже,
scale of the
по-перше, ми
war.
говоримо про те, що треба мінімізувати масштаб війни. Тобто ми спостерігаємо менше залучення війни, і ми бачимо так звані менші конфлікти, збройні конфлікти.
The other side is dehumanization of war. That means that usually in present wars they cause small casualties to civilians, and by this they are very common to the measure of terroristic attacks. Actually, the number of terroristic attack data is considering to put and to bring data from the present military conflict. The third, this is asymmetry of war. That means more clashes between small and big powers. And the fourth thing is the hybridization of war. That means that war is not happening only within the conventional domain or military domain, but also in the many of other domains. And if we refer this new aspect of the new wars that were created by the Cold War, we can definitely see that Russian-Ukrainian war continues this agenda. As first of all, we can see two logical wars. For Russia, it was the imperial logic of war and also the external logic of war. So the domestic logic of war was definitely connected with the idea to use different hybrid methods, a lot of ideological methods that was already mentioned to secure Putin regime, and we have the clear data on the people's support of Putin regime that is really connected with any aggression the Russia is making. The second idea was to prevent the successful foray in democratization around Russia, not to create the cycle of the democratic regime towards Russia that was numerously mentioned by the number of different colleagues. But the external logic of this war was showing a little bit more. It was showing that this idea of the Cold War was brought as the major idea by Russia. So Russia is using actively this so-called defensive realism approach, making and blaming NATO that NATO was already using this approach by increasing the membership of alliance since 90. And if NATO can do this, why not Russia can do this? So this is the question that Putin is actually putting on the table. From the other perspective, Russian offensive realism approach is showing if NATO can, why can't Russia strengthen itself by weakening neighboring countries that declared Euro-Atlantic aspirations? That's what Ukrainian witnessed, that's what Georgia witnessed, and that was what was brought to the public opinion in the numerous speeches that were done by the number of the Russian officials. Then definitely the external logic of war was thinking about the superpowers and thinking about Russia as the superpower, as the regional power, but also as a global power, searching for its place between United States and China, but not willing to take any place between United States and China, and willing to actually to prove its own politics, having only 3% of the global GDP. So having no resources to do this in economic sphere, cultural sphere, having only the military manner and acting with the military manner. And actually trying to create the new Euro-Asian security based on the zones of interest and claiming that Ukraine is predominantly Russian zone of interest. And here, if we come to the classical definition that Father Yuga previously mentioned about use ad value, so the justice of war, the just war, which could consider it to be just, and take into account that the majority of the international acts that were developed later, firstly thinking about the Kubogrossia's works that afterwards became the background for creating the UN Charter and UN protocols that actually regulates the way how to behave before war, during war, and after war. So if you come to this idea of justice of war or jus in bellum, indeed it has several criteria, like just cause, that war is permissible only to confront a real or a certain danger, legitimate authority, that only duly constituted public authorities may wage war, then right intention, so the intention must be secure a just peace for all involved. Then the probability of success, there must be a reasonable chance of success, like starting the war. Last resort, that all peaceful alternatives must have been exhausted, and the war is the only case, and proportionality that was mentioned about, so I will not describe that. And my main focus here in my speech that I would like to make that this approach of jus in bellum is not working anymore. And it's not working anymore because of the three reasons. First, hybridization of war. The second is the speculations with international order and international rules that many of the states were practicing, unfortunately, even our colleagues, our partners from West, in some conditions. And then the dysfunction of international rules, so the absence of automatic punishment for those countries and for those regimes who are not observing these rules. If you take in the idea of hybridization of war, it's definitely showing that war is not only conducted in the conventional or military domain. So we have a number of different domains, and Russia was practicing a lot in this domain, like in informational, in diplomatic, and mainly using UN Security Council for this. Also social-cultural domain with this Russian world idea and many of the propaganda media. Cyber domain with a number of attacks of critical infrastructure even before 2014, mainly in 2012, 2013. Then energy, we have energy as one of the domain, and we should take into account that in 90s, over 75% of gas and 80% of oil consumption of Ukraine was coming from Russia. And Russia was buying Ukrainian companies, not only Ukrainian companies, but also you see it in Europe, or investing into some pipelines that were working, for example, in Germany. So it was considered to be a part of Russian political tool, but not economic tool. And they do reflect the idea of the English School of International Relations about the securitization of politics and of social sphere, when every part of social sphere is using to some extent for the security reason. And finally, we have economic domain that was, unfortunately, because of the lack of the transparent policy making of Ukraine, allowed to buy and collapse Ukrainian industry that Russia companies and Russia government was using. So, and that brings us to the idea that Russia was in the long period of using war, hybrid war, non-conventional war, as a part of this decree. And what it can do in terms of trying to actually to secure or to prevent success of using such instruments. Actually, the Charter of the United States clearly defines that international relations should be of the non-violent nature, and actually the inviolability of the integrity and sovereignty of the state. And any aggression, that is the use of military force, and here is a problem, use of military force by a state against the sovereignty, territorial integrity, or political independence of the other state is condemned. And here I am actually putting the idea of the hybrid warfare that is not included into the Charter, and that is not until now actually present in the environment of the international security rules. In addition to this, the fifth article of the resolution 19, adopted by the UN General Assembly in 1974, if I'm not mistaken, that states that political, economic, military, or any other interests cannot justify aggression. So we can see that it's built on the concept of the just peace. And in the event of the escalation of the armed conflict, only the UN Security Council can organize peacekeeping missions, which includes demonstrations, blockades, and any other operations in air, sea, or for example, land forces of the members of the organization. And since the end of the peace, we observed more than 60 peacekeeping missions that have been carried out. However, for comparison, since 60 until only 2014, there were more than 200 armed conflicts all over the world, in which at least one party was a state recognized by the United Nations. And so the disproportion between the actual number of conflicts and the quality of the response to them calls into the question of the real effectiveness of the United Nations Council, which unfortunately Ukraine also faces today, in particular due to the veto power of 5 permanent member states of the Security Council. So the veto, although is legal, now became a really political tool for postponing any action in the name of the interests of the particular party. So for example, since 2011, Russia has used its right of veto 19 times in the matters concerning mostly Ukraine and Syria. China used 9 times in the matters of Syria and Venezuela. The United States was using 3 times in the relation of the decision concerning Israel and Palestine. And France, Great Britain used the right of veto long time ago, so in 1980s, when they wanted to prevent the condemnation of the US invasion to Panama. So even the superficial analysis of the topics of the resolutions gives an idea of the very specific areas of interest and political motivation of countries that sometimes is far from the justice. And that brings actually to the main focus I would like to make, that we have a problem with these principles of the just war and just peace that is coming, or justice during the war, because we don't have enough legal instruments and international instruments that can actually work with that. So hybrid warfare is actually causing and killing one of the principles of the just war, that is just cause or right intention, or for example proportionality. However, it is not also recognized in the numerous acts, international acts, and in the field of the UN Charter and the number of the international acts that regulate war. And finally, we also see that we don't have automatic mechanisms that will try to prevent successful aggression or the successful start of the warfare. That is why there is a really importance for us to think how we should create a new balance of international rules, but also of the international authorities that should work with the idea of the regulation of war. Without it, the Ukrainian-Russian war is only showing the case that the danger of such cases will be valid in any other type of the conflict. And what actually this war in the center of Europe can show, that this is our obligation as the civilized countries, Western countries, that should use this case as predominantly game changer. And if we do not do this, once again, we'll probably see a number of these issues more and more take into account the rise of the authoritarian regimes in the latest years. So thank you so much, and I give the floor back to the audience.
for your speech.
Ми маємо 15 хвилин до перерви. Ми маємо 15 хвилин до перерви.
We have 15 minutes until the break, and I'll stop his questions, I guess. Thank you, Father Ostap Kривдик, Associated Analyst of the Analytical Center. I have a question for you. Can the Catholic, is this Catholic theory of a just hybrid war possible? Well, for me, hybrid war is also unjust because it targets our values, while we discussed that the war, on one hand, we have like just retaliation, and on the other
I
hand,
have a question to Dr. Powers as well.
також є
You
питання
spoke
до доктора
about
Пауэрса. Ви говорили про
nuclear balance, possible nuclear deterrence. Isn't it
ядерне стримування можливе? Чи
an easy
це
solution to offer Ukraine NATO membership and
є
therefore
просте рішення
nuclear
у
umbrella?
вигляді запропонування
Wouldn't it
Україні
be really
членства
just
у
to
ядерної
make this step to
парасольки? Чи
deter
це
Russia
буде
from further
справедливий
aggression? Thank you.
шлях щодо стримання російської агресії?
Maybe let's start with the answer of Mr. Powers, since as far as I know, in 15 minutes he has to leave for his lectures, and then let's return to Pan Dmytro.
That's a really good question. It's a difficult question. I understand the perspective of Ukraine and other of its neighbors that they feel that NATO membership is the only way to defend against Russian aggression, and that might well be the case in the short term. But NATO expansion is not likely to lead to a reduction in conflict in the region. I just think it's the NATO expansion is Russia will feel surrounded. It does already feel partly surrounded because of NATO expansion, and it would, I think it would simply, we have to recognize that it's not going to lead to a reduction in tensions in the region. It'll probably lead to an escalation of tensions. And NATO is a nuclear alliance that's central to NATO's concept, and so it really is a form of nuclear proliferation. The more NATO expands, just as it's a form of nuclear proliferation for Russia to place nuclear weapons in Belarus. I do not think the expansion of the nuclear umbrella over the long term is a secure basis for peace. In the short term, it might work, but it's a very unstable and very, it really is it will give a false sense of security in the end, I think. So the long-term solution, and this is a long-term solution, is to move toward a global nuclear disarmament regime. There are a lot of serious people who have been advocating for that. Probably the most prominent are Kissinger, Nunn, Schultz, and Perry, all nuclear hawks from the past during the Soviet during Cold War days, who came to the conclusion that nuclear disarmament is the only long-term basis for peace in the world. And nuclear deterrence was very very unstable and risky approach to peace. So that's why I said in my remarks that the world has been lucky, and I choose that word carefully. Others have said the same thing, who know the nuclear weapons policies from the inside. The world's been lucky that we have not had a nuclear war or nuclear use since Nagasaki but the fact that we have not in the past, it would be really utopian to believe that we can continue to avoid the use of nuclear weapons in the future because of deterrence. It's just not. Deterrence is simple. Deterrence is a theology. It is not a science. No one knows whether deterrence will work, how it will work, and what will happen when deterrence fails. So it's a much longer conversation. We have had a project since 2014 with the U.S. bishops, the International Federation of Catholic Universities, the Georgetown's Berkeley Center, the Kroc Institute at Notre Dame, and working with the Nuclear Threat Initiative, which is one of the most respected nuclear policy think tanks in the world, focusing on Catholic approaches to nuclear weapons deterrence, nuclear deterrence, and nuclear disarmament. And we had lots of off the record and public meetings about the topic, and it's very complicated. But I don't think that simply expanding NATO it might be a short-term solution to Ukraine's security problems, but I don't see it as a long-term solution.
Thank you, Mr. Powers, for being with us, for your the answers.
За те, що
And
ви
I will ask
давали
to
відповідь.
pass
І я
the
тепер
microphone
хочу
to
попросити передати мікрофон
Дмитро
Дмитру
Шеренговський.
Шеренговському.
Пане Дмитро.
Dmitro, are you here?
Пане Дмитре.
Dmitro?
So we see that Mr. Шеренговський left us, but we are grateful for his being with us, and maybe someone else has a question.
Може, в когось іншого є запитання? Звичайно, так.
Пану Остапу за це питання.
Appreciate Ostap for this
Мені
question.
здається,
I think
що не варто шукати
that
гібридних відповідей
better not to look for hybrid
гібридну
solutions to the hybrid
Насправді,
war.
в мене таке уявлення,
Well, that's my
що
personal opinion that
чесна, відверта і
just,
сильна відповідь, вона найкраще
and
вирішить це
sincere,
питання. Ну, і просто наведу
reply
приклад.
will help solve the issue better. I will just give you example.
Коли українські війська
When Ukrainian troops
відвоюють свої території
are
і
fighting for
заходять на
their
територію,
territories
перше,
and
що ми
they enter
робимо,
these
це
occupied territories, the first we do
прокладаємо водогони, відновлюємо зв'язок,
we create infrastructure, we
приносимо безпеку,
take water supply back,
налагоджуємо
and
життя
we ensure
і даємо
security, we
доступ до цих територій іноземцям, ЗМІ і
giving
так далі.
people like
Це
media
наша
and
проста
Westerners
відповідь,
access to these
що ми
territories.
робимо
This is a
з
simple
територіями, коли
reply.
їх
What
перше, що
we do
роблять
with the
росіяни,
territories. The first thing
коли
that
вони
the
приходять на
Russians do
території
when they
наші захоплюють, вони
capture
закривають
our
міста до
territories,
доступу
they
іноземних ЗМІ, журналістів,
restrict access to
будь-яких
these
міжнародних
cities,
організацій,
to any
відкривають
international
фіктивні,
organization. They open torture
фільтрують
chambers,
людей
they filter
відповідно до лояльності і так далі.
people based
Тобто
on their
наводять
loyalty.
оцю
So
свою
this is how they
гібридні порядки. Другими,
restore
до кого
this
вони
hybrid
йдуть після
order.
поліцейських і військових, це вчителі,
Then they,
медики,
after
щоб
police officers and
заагітувати.
military, they
Відповідно,
switch to teachers.
мені здається, не треба витіювати якісь речі придумувати.
And I don't think we need to come up with
роблять збройні сили. Приходиш, даєш
something
свободу, даєш
sophisticated. You have to do what our military do. You have to restore order, restore everything back, infrastructure, and then provide access to others.
Ми, очевидно, Росія,
And
після того, як ми
apparently,
вивеземо
Russia,
росіян,
after
виб'ємо з наших
we
територій, повинна стати
drive
теж
Russians
таким простором,
away,
куди увійдуть сили, які здатні навести цей
territories
порядок. Я не
should
хотів би,
be
щоб
the
це були
place
збройні сили.
where
У нас дуже багато жертв, і ця війна
there
дорого
should be
нам
a
коштує.
force that can
Але чи ми,
restore
чи
order.
міжнародна коаліція, якщо не
I
зайде
don't
в
think it's
Росію
going to,
добровільно, вона не
it's got to
зробить
be
це. Вони не
military,
відмовляться від ядерної зброї,
but
від пропаганди. Ну, це дуже
the
нереалістично
Russians,
виглядає. Тому я
even when
коли
they
я казав про силу,
liberated, they
пряму
want
силу, чесну силу і знаєте,
quit their
мужність
propaganda.
використовувати силу, це те, що нам доведеться зробити.
and
Вважати, що
they'll need the
якось
courage to
колись так
use
Росія роззброїться
force.
від ядерної зброї в long-term perspective, саме собою ми вже один раз почекали, як тоталітарний режим розсосеться сам собою. От ми дочекалися падіння Радянського Союзу і російського реваншизму. Тому доведеться, якщо пограти в Ансельма Кентерберійського, є два варіанти. Якщо росіяни погані, просто погані, і їх треба прийти і покарати, то треба прийти і покарати. Якщо росіяни хороші, і вони жертви російської пропаганди і так далі, то їх треба прийти, висвободити, і тоді вони стануть вільними. Але що в першому варіанті, що в другому варіанті, мало реалістично, що вони самі за якийсь чудодійний момент стануть разом вільні або добрі. Тому нам треба якось житися з цією думкою, що доведеться прийти і зробити цю роботу комусь. Зараз всі кидаються як гарячу картоплину. Хто ж це зробить?
Я хіба тільки доповню про те,
trying to get rid of that responsibility and asking the question who's going to do that. I'd just like to add that the concept of hybrid war proved unreliable in terms of proportionality. There should be a counteraction that is more efficient
своїм внутрішнім змістом, своєю правдивістю,
more meaningful
агресивну, скажімо,
the aggressive
правду, маніпуляцію.
action or manipulation.
Також є правда в тому, що соціальна доктрина католицької церкви потребує доповнення, потребує розвитку свого, потребує з огляду на ті обставини, на ту ситуацію, які зараз розвиваються, пов'язані з українсько-російською війною. І це є одне із завдань, зокрема, таких робочих груп, щоб формулювати поняття, що це таке цифровна війна, які дієві чинники проти неї протидіяти, мою скромну думку, створювати справедливу гібридну війну супротив гібридної війни.
I don't think there is a way to create a just hybrid war against the hybrid war. I don't think it's sufficient. So we'll need to find principles and ways that will really be efficient.
Прекрасне запитання, дякую.
Great question, thank you.
Ну, цю тему я сиджу і мене кортить щось також додати.
I was reflecting and I have something to say, but I'm a moderator. That's not my job, and what Anton and Yuri talked about. I guess these are the things that I will start from during the second panel. Certain things need to be defined, and sometimes we avoid the topics. But I'll just sum it up. Miroslav Marinovich said it well, that we can't allow ourselves to get drawn into the circle of death. And I liked what Anton said. When we talk about defense, defending ourselves, we use force. But this is about preserving your dignity. And it's in the Geneva Convention, and other speakers talked about that. We can't get ourselves drawn in the war. We can't become just like they are. And that was a very good comparison. Even when we're defending ourselves, it takes its toll. But we preserve our humanity, and we do it according to rules. We can't allow ourselves to dehumanize ourselves, because that's going to be their victory in this war. We have a last minute, and I guess we will just wrap it up with the first panel.
Mr. Powers, for others, our speakers, і всіх, хто тут був присутній, хто виступав українською, також хто є в залі. Я думаю, що ми намітили певні теми, які наступні доповідачі трохи розвинуть, і ми будемо намагатися бути більш таким лаконічними, трохи нам вдалося якусь технічну сторону якусь відпрацювати. Чим довше ми є, нам більш гармонійно це все виходить.
Well, so far so good. There is good balance, and we'll have more time for discussion. And
господині,
now,
що так скажу, вибачте, керівниці Київського центру, пані Оксани, запрошую на
our head of the center, you're invited. I'm giving you the floor. Yes, we're wrapping up this part of our discussion, and sincere thanks to everyone. We created interesting questions for the next discussion. I could see that some of the speakers disagreed with certain answers, and I think that we'll have further discussion with the audience in 30 minutes, and the second panel will start at 5:30 sharp, and please be back in half an hour on live TV on our faculty channel. Please be back at 5 p.m. Kiev time. Hopefully, the discussion will be more active.
І модерувати буде пані
And
Оксана.
it will be
Далі. Все буде
moderated by
чітко і
Oksana.
лаконічно.
Everything is going to be all right and according to the rules.
So it's fine. Beautiful.
Слава Ісусу Христу.
So glory to Jesus Christ.
Вітаю усіх, хто долучився до цієї непростої розмови. Розмова ця справді непроста, і перша частина нашої дискусії
Part of our discussion.
Залишила нас з
The first part of the
переліком
discussion
запитань,
still left us with
до яких,
a
я
list of
сподіваюся, ми
questions. That's
зможемо
what we've generated. I do hope
повернутися
that we'll go
впродовж
back to
цієї
it
панелі.
during this panel.
І вірю, що у
And I
нас
truly
буде
believe that we will
достатньо
have
активна,
enough
жива
activity,
дискусія, тому що
quite
питання
interactive discussion,
чи всім
because
болять, питання,
these
на
are painful
які немає
spots,
простих
painful
відповідей.
questions we have no
Я не
simple
знаю, чи
answers
взагалі
for. I don't know if
відповіді,
these
про це ми,
answers
власне, і
exist,
поговоримо.
so that's what we'll
З
talk
нашими
about
шановними
with our
промовцями.
honorable speakers.
Я дякую всім,
I'm so
хто
grateful to
долучилися, дивляться
everyone
нас
joining us
онлайн.
and
Я
listening to us
заохочую
online. I
вас
do encourage you, ladies
залишати
and
ваші
gentlemen, to
запитання під
put your
трансляцією. Ми обов'язково їх
questions under the
переглядаємо.
stream in the comment
І
section. We
за
are checking that,
можливості, коли
and if it's
залишиться час,
possible, if
ми
we still
будемо
have
обирати
time,
найцікавіші
we'll pick
питання,
like
обов'язково озвучимо їх
the most interesting
в
ones,
цій
and we'll definitely
аудиторії.
announce it in front of
Для
our
мене,
audience. So for me,
перше, що я
well,
хотіла
the very first
згадати,
thing I'd like to
це
mention right now
світлої
is
пам'яті пана Ігоря Козловського.
Igor
Він
Kozlovsky. In
сьогодні
memory
мав
of Igor
бути з нами
Kozlovsky, he
в цій
had
панелі.
to be with us in this panel.
Для нас
We're
це велика
planning.
втрата.
This is a big loss for us, of course.
Втрата не лише
This is a loss,
особиста, тому
it's
що
not just
ми як
personal
команда
loss, because we
вважали
as a team
пана
considered
Ігоря своїм другом.
Igor to be our friend.
І мені
And
здається, що
to
в
me it
цьому
seems
була
that
велика сила
this was the
цієї людини, тому що те, що я говорю зараз,
strength of
може
this
сказати
person,
будь-яка людина і будь-яка
his
команда.
power, everything I'm saying
Всі
right
з
now,
ним
as any team
почувалися
can say that we all felt with
як з
him like
другом, з
we
яким
had the
можна
feeling that he
було
was our friend.
обговорювати
We could discuss
найскладніші
the most difficult,
питання, з якими
issues,
некомфортно з іншими.
inconvenient for
Але пан Ігор, окрім того, був
discussion with everyone else.
академічним
He was an
керівником
academic
важливого для нас
leader of
проєкту,
very
для
important
нас це
project,
аналітичного центру,
analytical center,
університету загалом. Це проект
of UCU, the
про етику
project
в
on
публічних політиках.
ethics in
Це
public
робота
policy.
над
So
етичною методикою,
working on ethical methodology,
яка дозволяє ухвалювати
the one
збалансовані
which
сталі,
allows to
відтак
make
етичні
balanced
полосі рішення.
ethical policy
І мені
decisions.
здається, що найкращою
And to me it
пам'яттю
seems
буде
that the
наше
best way
зобов'язання успішно впровадити
pay
цей
tribute to
спільний
him for us
проект,
is to
який ми
implement
починали.
successfully the project that we launched together.
Ну, а ми
So,
повертаємося до теми нашої
We are
розмови,
coming back
і
to
мені
the
здається, що в
topic
другій
of the
панелі
discussion. I think in
ми
the second panel we
спробуємо
will try
трошки так
to
концептуалізувати
conceptualize
тему
the
справедливого
topic of
миру,
just
тому що
peace,
про це ми вже
because
багато говорили.
we've been talking a lot about
Але з
this.
цієї концептуальної рамки
Out of this conceptual
спробуємо
framework, we
провести
will try
такі
to
практичні зв'язки з проблемами, які ми
generate
маємо
some
зараз.
practical links to those problems we have
Як ці
currently
принципи,
have. How those
які лежать в основі
principles that are in
концепції
the core of the
справедливого
just
миру,
peace idea,
повинні бути
how should these
відображені
principles be reflected
в роботі,
in
діяльності
activity,
публічних
in
інститутів
public
чи інших інститутів,
institutions
які
activity,
складають архітектуру
those which
безпеки.
comprise the architecture,
Нашу
security
національну
architecture,
і
national
глобальну.
and global, both.
А про це ми будемо говорити в
We'll
чудовому
talk in a
товаристві.
wonderful
Я щиро
company.
дякую
Today I'm
всім
so grateful
промовцям,
to
які
all the
зголосилися
speakers
долучитися
who
до
agreed
цієї
to join
розмови.
this conversation.
І я першим
And
запрошу,
we,
напевно, от
the first one
задати цей тон,
who will
цю
set the
рамку,
tone, the
так,
first person,
визначити
yes, who will
основні поняття,
define
якими
the
ми будемо
key
оперувати і в другій
concepts we'll
частині.
operate with, and second part,
Отця доктора Юрія Щурка,
Юрій Щурко, Dr. Юрій
декана
Щурко,
філософського
father.
богословського факультету. Отче Юрію,
So Yuri,
дуже попрошу вас
please
розпочати цю розмову.
start the conversation.
Дякую, пані
Thank
Оксано.
you so much, Oksana. Thank you so much.
Дорогі друзі,
So dear friends,
в першій панелі було
in the
порушено
first
ряд
panel
таких
we
питань, над
spoke
якими
of
я би хотів
some
трохи
issues I'd like
поміркувати. Я не
to
думав, що вони
consider
будуть
now. I
порушені,
don't
але
think
тепер
that
мені є легше. І я
Well, it's a
всього-навсього
little bit easier
хотів
for
би
me now to
заторкнути
start
7
this panel. I'd
питань,
like to touch
які
upon
я не буду так детально
the issues I will not go deep.
розвивати, але просто
For
порушити
these,
для
I
подальшої
just
нашої розмови.
want to
Перша теза, яку
start
я
the
би хотів,
conversation. The
над
first
якою, щоб ми
statement
застановилися, це є факт, що як церкві, так і багатьом на Заході урядам, які виховані в ніби такій християнській, нібито парадигмі, потрібно раз і назавжди усвідомити про те, що пацифізм за своєю суттістю є наївний в тій формі, як часто ми його розуміємо сьогодні. І навіть беручи під увагу, що сьогодні в християнській традиції ніби такі три різні підходи до розуміння війни. Є пацифізм, є те, що ми називаємо теорією справедливої війни, яка ніколи не була офіційним навчанням церкви, але до якої церква вдається, щоб розуміти місце людини в конфліктах, які неминуче виникають. Вже сьогодні було згадано, що для сьогодні є єдина причина для війни – це національна самооборона у відповідь на неспровоковану агресію, про що Пій XII сказав відразу після Другої світової війни. І є третій такий тренд, який почався в середині 80-х років в Сполучених Штатах через спільні декларації чотирьох найбільших конфесій, які англійською звучить як Just Peacemaking Theory, теорія плекання справедливого миру чи миробудування. Ви можете це загуглити, там є 10 різних ініціатив, вони тут, напевно, погано їх видно на цьому екрані, там є, скажімо, 4 миротворчі ініціативи, 2 ініціативи, які стосуються справедливості, і далі є ще 4, які торкаються таких понять, як любов і спільнота. Але навіть ці речі є превентивного характеру, бо вони постали, немов би спроба прокинути той місток між пацифізмом або теорією справедливої війни, які вважали крайніми підходами. І та теорія плекання справедливого миру, насправді, сьогодні має також ряд речей, які не працюють, коли агресія триває. Наприклад, така ініціатива, як підтримувати прямі ненасильницькі дії, вона є гарна, але коли війна триває, то ми застосовуємо не violence, але force, щоб, власне, стримати цей violence. Тобто ми застосовуємо силу, щоб стримати насильство. Є другі моменти, наприклад, посилювати зусилля Організації Об'єднаних Націй та міжнародного співробітництва у відстоюванні прав людини. Сьогодні роль Організації Об'єднаних Націй є настільки квола, що ми собі питаємо, або ця інституція віджила, або вона потребує радикальної реформи, бо навіть якщо агресор є ключовим в цій організації, він далі продовжує вбивати, і всі на це мовчки закривають очі, це якась не просто шизофренія, це є якась перверзія. І, очевидно, наприклад, скорочувати виготовлення наступальної зброї, а також торгівлі нею. Цю риторику ми чули з різних уст. Впродовж цієї війни вона, очевидно, нас могла ранити, тому що забрати від нас зброю – це означає дозволити на ще один геноцид в 21 столітті. Ми повинні відмовитися від пацифістського прочитання Нового Завіту, тому що як бібліст, а я не є богослов, я ще раз підкреслюю з цією скромністю, мені властивою, що в Святому Письмі немає такого, знаєте, антимілітарного настрою, зокрема в Новому Завіті. Ми бачимо в Старому Завіті, що війни є неминучі, бо в світі існує зло. Ми бачимо, що Ісус, коли говорить про повернення іншої щоки, Він закликає до мужнього протистояння, а не просто приреченості. Коли ми говоримо про йти іншу милю, це трошки інші культурні концепти. Коли ми говоримо про любов до ворогів, то ми не змішуємо обов'язок держави і персональну відповідь на образу. Тобто це є дуже різні речі, які чомусь у нас є змішані, і люди просто мають, навіть ті, які служать в Збройних силах, деколи комплекси і якусь почуття вини, не що він боронить життя інших, а він думає, що він вбиває. Це трагедія. Отже, нам треба про ті речі говорити, починаючи від церкви, закінчуючи, щоб християнські уряди не перебували в фальші. Другий момент. Актуальність теорії справедливої війни і потреба уточнення окремих елементів. Ця теорія є актуальна для нас. Якщо нею керуватися, те, що пан Антон сьогодні згадував, ми залишаємося людьми. Ми даємо себе втягнути в той спосіб дегуманізованої поведінки, як це ми бачимо в поставі росіян. Але тут я не буду перебирати різні речі, тут воно також вимагає серйозних рефлексій. Бо, наприклад, тільки законна влада, тобто тільки держава або законний уряд має право ініціювати війну, ніколи особи партії. вибачте мене, але в Північній Кореї також влада вважається законно обраною. В Росії також 20 років незмінний президент, формально є законно обраний. А коли з'явився той чат GPT, я спитав, а уряд в Китаї є, наприклад, тестував його, а уряд в Китаї є демократичний? Ну, мені цікаво, я не політолог. А і тут він так, та машина згенерувала суму знань, які ми розуміємо, чим є демократія, і кажуть, там немає вільної преси, 10 вільних виборів, 10 отже, не демократично. Тоді яка законна влада є в Росії, якщо ми, чим ми керуємося в тому плані, де вони цим спекулюють, що вони нібито, як говорив пан Пауерс, пробують діяти на випередження, так як робили ніби Америка в Іраку чи так далі. Третій важливий мир. Справедливий мир є мета справедливої війни. Дуже багато людей, які пов'язують християнство з такою безвольністю, такою приреченістю, і просто християнство для них дорівнює пацифізм, а не гідність, за яку ти готовий життя віддати і все інше. Вони бояться слова просто війна, панічно. Але мета справедливої війни є справедливий мир. Пан Юрій про це вже сьогодні говорив. Без справедливості немає миру. А в біблійному розумінні Божий порядок – це і є справедливість. Якщо його немає, то немає жодного миру. Про це і Августин говорив, про це Тома говорив. І справедливий мир передбачає не лише відновлення територіальної цілісності України, але й заходи, спрямовані на відновлення правильних відносин між Україною і Росією та загоєння ран, завданих війною. Це передбачає дуже багато жорстких речей, які повинні бути застосовані до Росії міжнародним співтовариством, яке не може стояти осторонь, бо інакше того справедливого миру ніколи не буде. Тобто значення і цінності мають свою ціну. Ми завжди говоримо, що Західний світ постав як результат імплементації Євангелія в всі сфери суспільного життя. Але сьогодні, як не дивно, починаючи від Революції Гідності, чомусь Україна готова вмирати за ці цінності, а інші люди, як оце в останніх інтерв'ю тепер дуже гарно підкреслював Тімоті Снайдер, просто через свою моральну слабкість, як він каже, цей moral weakness, вони не готові визнавати в Україні геноцид геноцидом, бо це означає, що чому вони тоді стоять осторонь. Тобто, отже, цінності мають значення. І якщо ми бачимо, і ми є зранені тим, що багато людей, які на Заході ще живуть в постмодерному, чи якщо бути точним, постмодерному світі, де все відносне, має свою правду, і панує філософія релятивізму по сьогодні, то 24 лютого, як казала одна наша релігієзнавиця в НВ, там є дуже гарне інтерв'ю, каже, вони в Україні закінчилися, бо в Україні ніхто не скаже, що кожен має свою правду, в Україні кожен вже знає, що є добро і що є зло. І якщо закінчується цей релятивізм, то тоді розуміється, що абсолютно істини такі існують. Без цінностей людство дійде до знищення, бо пануватиме закон джунглів і право сили. І ми або визнаємо це і відповідно діємо, або зникнемо як цивілізація. Від заповідей, які Господь дав на Синаї, і які потім через епоху просвітництва і французьку революцію ми почали називати гуманістичними цінностями, хай завгодно, вони сприйняті для всіх цивілізованих людей. І надірної проповіді Ісуса Христа пройшов дуже великий шлях еволюції духа людини, але сучасна Росія хоче повернути нас у джунглі, ще перед отой синайський етап, перед тим, як людство отримало ті заповіді Божі, і вони кажуть, що Вова, Путін, ще якісь інші здегуманізовані істоти, які складно сьогодні повному розумінні того слова назвати людьми, що вони мають диктувати порядок денний. Україна цю пропозицію не прийняла. І, очевидно, хоча всі навколо говорили, що ми утримуємося при своїх переконаннях за ледве кілька днів, ми показали, що цінності таки мають значення, але за них завжди потрібно платити високу ціну. І відповідь, і наше свідчення сьогодні є запрошенням до наслідування до всіх людей доброї волі, а відповідь на це запрошення різна, але точно, як ми вже про це говорили в першій панелі, поки що не та, яка потрібна для того, щоб ця війна припинилася. П'ята річ. Ми стоїмо перед викликами, від яких не може сховатися сучасна людина. Грицак дуже часто, Ярослав, наш історик, професор, повторює, що очевидно, не він сказав, виглядає, Льюіс сказав, так, що найбільша річ, яку диявол зробив, це переконати людство, що його не існує. Історики сьогодні говорять про диявола історії, про зло.
The evil, it's in the history, it exists there, the devil, but so many people in the West, they are 3 or 4 generations after WW2, they don't think that evil exists in the world, the actual one, that this is the force that can impact not only people, but nations, and that they can become a tool of atrocities.
Суцільна вакханалія, як ми це бачимо у випадку росіян.
A horrible thing, like hell on earth, like we see it with Russians. And
бібліст Ніколас Томас Райт, він написав колись книжку «Evil and the Justice of God» – «Зло і Божа справедливість». Він говорив, якщо ми ігноруємо зло доки воно не вдарить нас в обличчя, це погана стратегія. Якщо ми дивуємося, коли це удар отримує, то ще гірше. І, очевидно, реагуємо на зло інфантильним, небезпечним чином. Це те, що сьогодні робить світ. Не думають, що якось само це все припиниться. Тому, бо якщо ніхто нікому нічому не винен, так, всі якісь при своїй правді, кожен має право якогось впливу, ну це є гра з нульовою сумою, тому що нікого не залишиться в таких розкладах. Шосте, про що сьогодні дуже багато говорили, я хочу тільки позначити, це передостаннє, до речі. Нові старі загрози, які слід осмислити, а деякі ввести в порядок денний соціальної доктрини католицької церкви. Ми згадували, що, очевидно, католицька церква керується якимись певними речами, якийсь світогляд, якийсь осмислення суспільних процесів, але я розумію,
as far as I understand, the social doctrine, the innovative things about terrorism are there. And there are no words about
в тому плані, якому ми сьогодні повинні зрозуміти, на чому грає Росія,
we should understand what Russia is playing with. In Latin America, Dostoevsky's image, you know, and the role of Russian nation, horrible things, because other nations have smaller roles, like smaller brothers. The definitions, ethnophilatism, pseudo-messiahs that we have in the history, hybrid war we mentioned about. They were bribing one people, they had these endowments where Russian studies were taking place. So now everyone has to refuse, as one lady said from Cuba, when she talked to her professor Staravoy, saying, to understand you or to take your idea, we have to rewrite our history. Who wants to rewrite a history? Like, hybrid war is bringing its consequences. Propaganda. Propaganda that we have, and the Western world is impacted by it. So many are damaged and insulted. As Catholic, I want to say, because you're delicate people. But I can just tell from the inside that
останнє висловлення Папи Франциска.
Pope Francis' last statements, okay, regarding the big people, you know, he called in some wild territory. Okay. Why these words were said? You know, Portnikov spoke really well of this. Look at his interview after these statements at this International Youth Day in Petersburg, where he spoke of it, speaking of the great, so-called great Russians. He said, like, this is painful for us today, but in 2007, in Odessa, they put this monument to Catherine II as one of the founders of Odessa city.
І наші з вами сестри і брати з півдня і сходу ще якихось 15 років тому вважали, що це є нормальним. Але в нас, дорогі друзі, 24 лютого відбулося щось, що дозволило нам минулого року цей пам'ятник не без опозиційних якихось речей знести. А в Західній Європі, дозвольте просто відзначити, що така частина Західної Європи, Західного світу, такої революції не було. В них не було такого зміщення і такого оголеного нерва, щоб не розуміли, що є добро і зло в такій виразній формі, але вони далі живуть в концептах, наприклад, той, хто виріс в Латинській Америці. Найбільша проблема – це грінго, їхні союзники в Західній Європі, а Росія чомусь, як не парадоксально для нас, ми це сприймаємо з великою змішкою, є антиімперіалістична сила. Ну вони ж так це все сприймають. І коли людина виростає в тому контексті, приїжджає в Європу, де все заколесено третім поколінням повоєнного добробуту, ну то хто буде інакше сприймати? Тому, так як ми є вирозумілі до своїх співбратів і сестер на Сході України, треба трошки набратися, то, що Святий Павло часто говорить, макротімії, довготерпеливості стосовно наших західних партнерів, бо не як один наш герой телевізійний говорив про 3 тижні. Ми не знаємо, скільки тих тижнів і років нам ще треба буде стояти, бо так якось волею Божою ми є те покоління, яке може покласти край цьому гадючому поріддю, щоб воно не множило на нашій території оті кроваві землі, як пише Тімоті Снайдер. І якщо ми граємо в довгу гру, то ми тоді, очевидно, можемо з тим щось розуміти. Якщо у нас це дратує, нам опускаються руки, ми обезсилюємося, ми не подолаємо, ми будемо далі наївні. Маючи вирозуміння до них, так само, як ми переконали за цей рік-півтора своїх багатьох співбратів і сестер, і може навіть не ми, скільки Путін сам переконав з того, не думаючи, я думаю, до цього всього дійде потрохи, поки ми будемо довготерпеливі. І останнє. Ми покликані бути людьми цінностей, і це і ті уроки, які Україна дає світові та церкві, бо бути людиною – це або жити відповідно з тими певними цінностями, це просто відразу є постійна дегуманізація. В духовному житті розуміємо, що є або прогрес, або регрес, нейтральної передачі не буває. І тому колишній посол Великої Британії в Україні Мелінда Сімон сказала, що одна з головних причин, чому так багато країн підтримують Україну, це, каже, ваша боротьба. Українці борються, і люди бачать, що українці мають волю до боротьби, і це надає імпульс іншим країнам продовжувати підтримку. Такими є український дух і воля творити і рухатися вперед, і це щось абсолютно непересічне, це протягом тривалого часу формуватиме ставлення інших країн до українців і дасть іншим народам власне віддати власну загублену ідентичність. Дякую, вибачте, що трошки довше.
Getting a bit longer than I was supposed to. Thank you.
Щиро дякую,
дорогі
отче, і мені здається, що я правильно зробила, що залишила посилання на те, де можна трошки більше почути ваших роздумів,
space where you can listen to more of your insights of what happens in the modern world, and I'm talking about a channel living with the word. So you're all invited. Just visit the channel and just try, give it a try. This is where we can listen to the dialogue.
Тому що зазвичай це діалог.
Just because it's normally a dialogue.
Юрія про найвиключніші
ситуації, з якими most challenging situations we have to face in the modern world, and where we have to look for answers for complicated questions. And one of these questions, you mentioned it, Father, thank you for that. Thank you for shaping our discussion. We will keep looking for answers. What is the right way? Because waiting for
глобальна архітектура, глобальні інститути
waiting when global architecture reach this sensitive nerve that will cause a change. I'm not sure it's the right approach.
Що ми могли б робити?
What we can do
станом на зараз для того, щоб
right now
це розуміння тверезого ставлення
in order
до
to
зла.
make sure we have the right attitude towards evil.
Я вже зараз запрошую
And I'm about to give the floor to Father Andrei.
До зла, розуміння глибини проблеми, розуміння того,
I'm talking about
що якщо ми не відповімо
what can we
сьогодні,
do to
завтра нам доведеться відповідати набагато більшою кров'ю.
to reply,
Як змінювати цей підхід?
respond
Я
to
звертаюся з цим питанням
these challenges, how to change our approach. And my question is to Andrei Zarinsky.
Отець Андрій, заступник керівника
Father
департаменту
Andrei is a
військового
deputy
вихованства
head of
Патріаршої
the
курії УГКЦ,
military
радник
chaplain
глави УГКЦ
department of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, advisor in strategic communication. I think this is the right question to you.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Давайте розпочнемо
Let's
трішки спочатку.
start with the very beginning, and the very beginning is where the
питань,
context
які ми з вами намагаємось розглядати.
starts.
Поняття архітектури безпеки.
The concept of security architecture. Let's try to find out where this security architecture starts.
Та архітектура, той
This
світопорядок,
architecture, this world order that we were born in, that we lived in,
функціонуючий, ефективний, більш-менш.
that was pretty
З'явився не так давно.
more or less
Як не так давно
efficient
з'явилось
recently, and
на
it
світі,
emerged not long ago.
поняття
And
національної
this is
держави.
where nation-state, concept of nation-state
Ми
emerged.
можемо говорити з вами про закінчення Другої світової
This
війни
emerged
і про
after
дизайн
the end of the World War
на
II,
інституційному
and
рівні вже
this is where the
відображається як
security
Організація
architecture was designed in the form of United Nations organization. We're going to talk more about it because we criticize it. It's not a government upon government. There is no such thing as a president of the world. It's just an institutional mirroring of accepted paradigm of mutual acceptance and approval. I want to talk about this paradigm. It's a base of any security architecture.
взаємовизнання може
The
базуватися
paradigm
на
of mutual
різних системах цінностей. Ми бачили кілька у світовій історії. Сучасно все ж
approval
таки
is based
базувалося
on
на тому,
values, and the
що
modern concept
знову ж таки
was
називається Організація Об'єднаних Націй, так?
based on, and this is an United
членами
Nations
якої є
organization.
держави.
And different states are members of this organization as a subject of international law, international relations. So a nation state emerges as
Взаємовизнання з боку усіх інших держав.
object of mutual acceptance from other countries. I'm going to talk more about that. We don't have enough time, but we'll just focus on specific concept to answer your question.
Визнання з боку
Without
інших
without acceptance and approval from others, the right to liberty and realization on the international arena and in personal life is hard to implement. It's hard to protect national interests without it and ensure security, because security will be related with national interests all the time. So what is the basis of, and we need to understand that, because right now the war is happening between Russia and Ukraine, and Russia was the first one to lose its patient. But we're talking about general architecture paradigm, security architecture, and it was developed during a period when there was a peace on the world arena. And it created a situation where lots of states that didn't ask for didn't strive to have a certain acceptance or meaning in the world. They made an effort to go beyond their national interests. And we're talking about the global south, the role of Indonesia, China, India, Brazil, and the situation where these countries enter international arena and what role they're playing in the global security architecture is different from what they were 30 years ago. So there is a certain attempt to implement their national interests. And there is a liquidity of markets, the liquidity of resources. That's very important in this context. There are lots of actors of international relations that were not happy with the current world order because they can't satisfy their national interests the way they define them. What happens next? Then this value-based paradigm of mutual approval ceased to exist. And of course, we are talking about the UN, but there are lots of specific political organizations that could limit this, deter this political architecture. So the organization doesn't have enough power just because they lost it, but because this paradigm of mutual approval doesn't exist. Well, there are two separate paradigms created historically. When the architecture of international relations is installed by force and it cannot be countered by any state, and they are forced to dominate. Or in other case, when there is a certain agreement, certain social consensus or international consensus. And the concept of consensus is critical here. It creates a possibility for mutual approval, and we're talking about territorial integrity, state sovereignty, and independence, with lots of different questions that are still there after Yalta conference in the world. But they fixed the reality, they approved each other, and it created a possibility for a long-standing peace. Now we have new interests, and there is an attempt to install a new architecture. And Russia, in this case, became the first state to stand out of those who are ready to change the existing security system. And I would like to talk about the security system that now ceases to exist. Well, first, because the mental paradigm of mutual approval is disappearing. The critical value was liberty and humanity, and it allowed us to fix the system. And there were other attempts, but unfortunately for a lot of people it became an ideology. And now it became something everyday, and now there are no mechanisms that allow institutional organization to protect a human being. So now there is another concept that can give us a solution. The war in Ukraine is just the first symptom of the global crisis. And now we're using power, Ukrainian power and the power of our partners. And of course, it wouldn't be possible without the support of our partners. Yeah, we're doing a good job, but let's have a general picture. Without economical and military support, we as a state couldn't resist. We require that support. That's a global issue. And that's very important to realize, because sometimes we can face another destructive concept like we are the best and we're the strongest and we can do it ourselves. No, that's reality. So far, no, we can't do that. So this is why we require consolidation. I give you a hint that there are spaces in between these paradigms. I mentioned the global south. So it's very important to make sure that this paradigm is based on the concept of subject, and it means a realized liberty that is exercised and approved by others. Without the right for liberty, without the right to fight for this liberty, and this is what we're doing right now in Ukraine. And because you mentioned a laboratory, we can do something in Ukraine, can invent something that will help to ensure security, and we are reloading the concept of subject on the personal level, and the liberty of expression. This is what we're talking about. And also, by doing what we're doing, we remain reminding the world what this paradigm was based upon before, back in the days. Yes, we need to call things by their names, and this is why I talk about subjectivity. We can't pretend that it's just not happening because it harms our interests, because that's called losing subjectivity. And we can talk about theological concept here. We can justify our actions, but there are basic principles. There is no such power in the world, religious or non-religious, that can deprive parents of the requirement, duty to protect their kids when they're in danger. There is no such power. It doesn't need justification. We at some point forgot about some natural rights. We forgot about subjectivity. We forgot about the global context. And this is what we try to prove in Ukraine on the ontological level, trying to draw attention to basic fundamental values, forgetting of which we lose the context of reality. Sometimes we become too naive, we can preach certain weird ideologies that don't protect natural rights, that don't defend natural rights of individual and their possibility to organize to ensure security. And a lot of people talked about that. I'm not going to reiterate that and reiterate stuff about protecting lives. There are certain conditions where if we talk about conditions where we can do it or cannot do it, we are devaluate the meaning of the human life, because we're laying foundation of the next paradigm. Is it going to be a power that will become the foundation of a new paradigm, or systems of values? The problem is that nobody has the power that can dominate in the world and that can be fundamental to organize a new security system. So we will need to find the right system of values that will require everyone to correct themselves. Like Russians, they will need to make their own corrections, and other people should make their own corrections, but we need to think about not just peace as just for the sake of it. We need to talk about the mechanics of mutual approval on the global arena. In this institutional design, series of mechanisms and values that allows us to bring back the subject, the free human being, and a nation as a subject, a nation that has the right to exist in this architecture of security. So just to sum it up, we need to put efforts as much as possible to set things, and we need to make sure that we don't lose the paradigm of mutual approval that this new architecture of global security can be based upon.
Thank you, Reverend Andriy. Thank you. I think that in this discussion, we actually focus on the idea that we have to go deeper. Like, what is there in the core of any future negotiation or agreement that is being shaped right now? So, global. Obviously, it's global, of course, because we can talk and nobody objects that we have a right to defend our freedom. By the way, nobody prohibits that. The other issue is that if we are a part of the global architecture, security architecture, then we need to have some rules which are shared by everyone. And that's when you mention the word that you mentioned. You spoke of the paradigm of mutual recognition. We spoke of the states, nations. Agreement at the level of national interests. Interests may change. These are volatile. And this is what destroyed or damaged the current security architecture. My question, interests, national, any other, are these enough for the foundation of any structure or architecture? And you mentioned it very properly, that we have to go back to values. So it's like obvious. Okay, let's talk about values. Actually, values, this is something we're ready to die for, putting it simply, right? Interpreting. And here we stumble upon reality. We spoke in the first panel of it. Because responding to values right now is, it's people who live from generation to generation calmly, the private school that you have in your CV, and speaking of all your future path of you and your family, these people have fear. They don't want to think about nuclear war. Yeah, these people are afraid of that. And this is an important issue. How we should, where can we get that strength from to recognize that if we don't speak of values and things we're ready to die for, if we still stick this level of agreement for our own interests, what we see at different levels, this will be a problem. But I would like to go back to Professor Philpott. Шановний професоре, хочу вам передати слово, власне.
Професор Деніел Філпот, професор of the Department of Political Science of the University of Notre Dame, USA. The professor, you specializes in...
Пане професоре, ви спеціалізуєтесь на...
What from your perspective, what should we start when we are talking about reloading the global security system, the global security architecture?
Well, my own reflection was on the role of the church and whether the role of the church could bring some kind of voice and some kind of witness, some kind of message that would be distinctive to creating a global security architecture. So I had put together some thoughts on that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, please. Go ahead. Yes, please. Yes, Professor, can you hear me? No?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
Great. Yes, my talk was on the role of the church, and so I had put together a few remarks on that. Would you like me just to answer some questions, or should I have a few minutes to present those remarks?
Yes, please, you can. We'll be happy to hear your remarks. We'll be happy to hear your remarks. Please do.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you. Well, greetings everyone, and it is a great honor to speak once again to my friends at the Ukrainian Catholic University as a part of this joint initiative with University of Notre Dame, and grateful for the initiative and friendship of Father Shurko and working together to think about the content of a just peace, for this wonderful opportunity to work together with all my friends at UKU. I wanted to orient my remarks about how the Christian Church can be an architect of a just peace and a security architecture. I want to be clear, though, that so much of what I have learned about the Church's role has been from observing what the Church is already doing amidst the war. From this and from some reflections on the Christian meaning of a just peace, I offer 4 theses about the role of the Church. The first thesis is that there are Christian theological grounds that the Church is to be a minister of justice and an active supporter of a just peace. That the Church is called to be an active promoter and teacher of justice in the world, as opposed to a separationist view, which is that the Church should be narrowly focused on the spiritual realm, a radically Christian view that the Church should avoid all support for state power, or an integrationist view, which is that the Church should blindly support the state. What I call the view of involvement rests on a theology of creation, that God created the whole world as good and redeemed the world and brings it to completion. This includes its political, economic, and cultural structures. The Church as the body of Christ has a strong role to play in encouraging this redemption. This is also is an expression of the command to love one's neighbor, which means to love the common good. The theologian Alexander Schmemann spoke of the love for the world, and that's what the Church's role is. The Church is not the same as the state. It has a different role, but by virtue of its being an agent of salvation, it takes an interest in justice in the world. The second thesis is that this justice is the justice of comprehensive right relationship. In the West, justice is meant rendering others what is their due. It focuses on rights. But justice in the Bible is comprehensive right relationship. It involves rendering people and nations their rights, but also actions that go beyond rights, such as gift, mercy, generosity, and forgiveness. It is a justice that is revealed through the cross and resurrection of Christ. This has much to do with the peace that Ukraine seeks. A true peace is characterized by justice. Justice means liberating Ukraine from Russian occupation. It is clearly a just war by the criteria of the just war tradition. Self-defense is critical. This is the portion of justice that rights correctly describes. Ukraine as a nation has a right to independence. But justice involves more than victory. It involves a reconstruction of right relationship and a sustainable peace with Russia. This may be the work of many years and may require a Russian government after Putin, but it can shape war aims even now. It would involve measures such as trials for war criminals and reparations, but it also involves the overarching ideal of reconciliation, which is the equivalent of the Christian concept of justice. It is important to speak here of true reconciliation versus false reconciliation. Those who are speaking of reconciliation that involves Ukraine merely negotiating and no longer seeking its independence, I believe that this amounts to a false reconciliation. Reconciliation involves the justice of self-defense and the national independence of a people. But true reconciliation involves measures for repair that extend beyond victory. After World War II, after the Nazi Germany was defeated, German prominent citizens met behind the scenes with Western prominent citizens from Germany and France at places such as Caux, Switzerland, whereas they began to build ties and to forge ties that made reconciliation possible between Germany and France and Great Britain and the Benelux countries and so forth. This ended up being the foundation for European federalism. The Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church also showed us what reconciliation is when, and here I quote George Weigel, quote, in early July in Warsaw, Archbishop Szewczuk participated in a joint Ukrainian-Polish ceremony of reconciliation. As the two nations marked the 80th anniversary of the 1943 Volhynia massacres, in which Ukrainian partisans killed tens of thousands of Polish villagers, and Poles responded in kind, if not in commensurate lethality. In Warsaw, Szewczuk signed a joint statement of reconciliation with Archbishop Stanislaw Gadecki, president of the Polish Bishops' Conference, and the two men repeated that powerful gesture days later in the Ukrainian city of Lutsk. There, in the presence of Presidents Andrzej Duda of Poland and Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine, Major Archbishop Szewczuk proclaimed, "We here, as believers, how heaven and earth, the living and the dead, say to each other with one voice, we forgive and ask for forgiveness," unquote. If this is Christian justice, then the church in Ukraine has a mission to develop it, teach it, and proclaim it to the country. The third thesis is that the church is a minister of mercy in enacting this justice, a key virtue in the justice that goes beyond.
Як пан Шевчук, архієпископ Шевчук, в інтерв'ю відповідно розповів, що він сказав.
You find for someone whose life is destroyed because of this war. The response is just to be present, to stand with and maybe to cry with them, to share their pain and sorrow. It is not always possible even to say, "I understand you." I learned that visiting our soldiers in the hospital, the most difficult phrase to hear for that soldier lying without two legs, is for somebody to tell him, "I understand you." I would call this the sacrament of presence. When we are present, sharing this sorrow, God himself is present. If you share the sorrow, that pain can diminish. And if you invite these people to help one another, such acts of charity can be therapeutic. We prayed in one place, in Bucha, which had bullet marks where many boys were executed. And after this prayer, we had a chance to stay a few hours and just to talk. I remember one man with profound blue eyes who stayed silent. Finally, I spoke to him, and he shared how he had come there to find the body of his 22-year-old son, whose name was also Sviatoslav. He told me, "I saw my son with gouged out eyes." The people of Bucha told me that Russian troops were committing these crimes in preparation for a big ethnic cleansing in Kiev. If Russia had entered the city, Kiev would have been flooded with human blood. They were well prepared for such a crime, but in a mysterious way we are alive. I would consider each day of my life today as a miracle. This was Archbishop Szewczuk and his expression of mercy. The fourth and final thesis is that churches that are the strongest advocates of a just peace are those that have maintained independence from state authority. In the book God's Century, published in 2011 by authors Monica Duffy Toft, Timothy Samuel Shaw, and I argued that in the past half-century, since the 1960s, religion has resurged in its influence on politics in virtually every region of the globe and among every major world religion. We then sought to explain the influence of religious actors. Why have some of them been forces for democracy and others allies of authoritarian regimes? Why have some been peacemakers while others support violence and civil war? We pointed to two large factors that we believe explain much of this behavior. The first is what we call institutional independence. This is the independence from the state that a religious actor enjoys in its authority. Does the state control its governance, its finances, its ability to conduct activities such as worship, education, and social assistance? Does the church exercise independence from the state in its representation of the national tradition? Or is it a tool of the state in this regard? Religious actors with institutional independence are the ones who have the space to live and teach their message and their theology. The other factor is what we call political theology. This is the view of justice and politics that the religious actor derives from its religious teachings. For evidence of these factors, witness the democratic wave that has swept over the globe since the early 1970s. Since that time, some 90 countries have become democracies or made significant moves towards becoming democracy. In this wave, religious actors have sometimes been leaders of democratic opposition movements. They might lead popular protest movements in the streets, for instance. Other religious actors have remained allies of authoritarian regimes. Of the religious actors that were in favor of democratization, One of the most famous was that of the Polish Catholic Church against the communist government in the 1980s, inspired by the pilgrimages of Pope John Paul II. Here was a church that had maintained independence from the communist state through struggle in the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s. Thus it was poised to mount a challenge to the government through open-air protests. The church became a strong supporter and ally of the Solidarity Party. In terms of political theology, the church was committed to human rights and to religious freedom. These were strongly affirmed at the Second Vatican Council. Pope John Paul II affirmed them in his first encyclical, Redemptor Hominis, after he became Pope in 1979. This was the message that propelled the protests. By contrast, Catholic churches in the Czech Republic and Hungary had not remained independent from the state, and so they did not strongly articulate a political theology. Thus, they were not strong opponents of the communist government. Now let us apply this analysis to the situation in Ukraine. The Russian Orthodox Church is a quintessential example of a church that does not enjoy institutional independence from the state. It is what we call an integrated church. It has been closely tied to state authority and dependent upon the state's power and finances, at least since the time of Peter the Great. When the communist regime took over in 1917, it did not have the independence to mount strong opposition. To be sure, we remember the many martyrs of this church who did not conform to the communist regime in the 1920s. By and large, though, because the church had been so closely integrated with the state, it became closely controlled by the regime. The pattern continued under the post-Soviet government. To be sure, the Russian Orthodox Church is a strong symbol of the Russian nation, but it is not allied with the nation against the state, but is rather a tool of the state in its effort to gain power by representing the nation. President Putin is able to use the church as a symbol of Russian greatness and Russian expansion. Patriarch Kirill has followed this script and conformed to the historical pattern perfectly. In the war, he has walked in lockstep with President Putin, supporting his invasion of Ukraine entirely, denying the existence of Ukraine as a people independent of Russia, and preaching to Russian soldiers that they could earn eternal life by dying for Russia. He does not speak of a political theology that is derived authentically from natural law or the Christian gospel, but rather represents the church as something that is little different from Russia as a modern nation state. The major churches in Ukraine, by contrast, have sought independence from state authority and fought to preserve their religious freedom. The Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, by contrast, was a church of the catacombs during the Cold War, one that went underground to preserve its independence. Disbanded by the Soviet Union in 1946, it became an underground church, refounded in Rome during the Cold War. The Soviet Union re-legalized it in 1989, an event that revealed the existence of several million believers in the church and presaged Ukraine's secession from the Soviet Union in 1991. During the Soviet period, when Ukraine was a republic of the USSR, the Russian Orthodox Church asserted governance over Ukraine Orthodox Christians. The Russian Orthodox Church was, in turn, strongly controlled by the Soviet government, which sought to suppress Ukrainian national identity. Since the end of the Cold War, and especially in recent years, the Orthodox Church in Ukraine has been strong in asserting its independence from the Russian Orthodox Church and the Russian government, even while maintaining its freedom from Ukraine. The creation of the Unified Orthodox Church of Ukraine in December 2018 and its declaration of autocephaly with the full support of Patriarch Bartholomew and the movement of people and churches from the Moscow Patriarch to this church underlies the same movement towards independence. Important for our story, religious leaders in Ukraine had a strong presence at Maidan, strengthening the protest and providing shelter and even protection for the crowd. It was a time of building unity between churches loyal to Ukraine and one of galvanizing opposition from the Russian Orthodox Church. The Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Moscow Patriarch, was caught in between and saw its membership drop in the wake of Maidan. Ukrainian popular opinion also shifted towards these independent churches. This also strengthened Ukrainian civil society. The Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church was strongest in its support. Overall, Maidan facilitated the movement towards autocephaly, the strengthening of the Ukrainian church, the weakening of affiliation with Moscow, and a corresponding Russian reaction. The lesson is that which we argued in God's century. The churches in Ukraine and Russia that have spoken out against Russia's invasion, for the Ukrainian war effort, and for a just peace, are those which established independence from the Russian state, and that now maintain independence from the Ukrainian state, even while supporting its war effort. My four theses, again, are these. First, there are Christian theological grounds that the church is to be a minister of justice and an active supporter of a just peace. Second, this justice is the justice of comprehensive right relationship. Third, the church is a minister of mercy in enacting this justice. And fourth, churches that are the strongest advocates of a just peace are those that have maintained independence from state authority. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Philpott, for your notes, reference, and for outlining the role of the church in this peace-building processes, especially for mentioning the importance of just solutions and just actions after winning in order to have just peace and to build a sustainable peace in the future. І ми, власне, про це теж будемо говорити. Що повинно бути закладено в основу для того, щоб майбутнє
to make sure that the future security architecture is sustainable. I'll stop. The next question is to you. We have already touched was part of the security architecture that led to its vulnerability. We mentioned national interests that can change in time, and interests as such. I recall I read a book recommended by Victoria, a book about NATO, how they formulated their goals. This was very specific architecture, very specific intentions, and they didn't talk much about what they defend, why it's very important to prevent war in a certain part of the world. So how do we talk about important things that can lay the foundation of the future security architecture? And my question is to Ostap Krivdik, our colleague. Ostap, he's a military serviceman. And give me a second, I need to read that affiliation because that's quite important. Senior fireman of the military unit, head of the Center National Strategic Initiative. I mentioned NATO for a specific reason, because you work on Ukraine's inclusion in NATO. So is there a reason to talk about discourse? Добре, я буду викладати свою думку англійською мовою. Отже, виклик вашого питання, що має бути, що має лягти в основу наступної системи безпеки.
Where is that source of security in our own Ukrainian society? Because we cannot speak about the external providers of security if we do not audit our own internal security sources. And I see that source in our society. Overall, Ukraine's war with Russia is a war of civic society against the empire. We know that Ukraine as a state has quite weak institutions. And this is our challenge when strong society still doesn't have the institutional capability of the state. And right now the challenge is how to unite this unique spirit of civic society, unique motivation, and everything starts with a motivation. Bureaucrats have obligations and they often lack this motivation. And here transferring motivation from civic society to the state might be the case. This massive volunteer force which was generated in 2014 but in a much bigger scope by Russia's full-scale attack in 2022, creating volunteers in civic society but also mobilized members of armed forces, and I'm speaking of the people whom I am privileged to serve with. They are volunteers. In society like Ukraine, it's quite easy to hide, to escape, to leave the country. So those who want to serve, they serve. And we can speak of Ukrainian army also as an army of volunteers. And a huge volunteer force in diaspora. So global Ukrainian community got really united and upscaled their capability. We see what does Ukrainian World Congress deliver, what does Razum, what do other global Ukrainian communities deliver to aid Ukraine, not only with material but also with influencing politics in the countries where they live and which citizens they are of. So on institutions, I think this is actually the next layer of the source of our security. Ukraine has weak institutions, and even right now, in the middle of the big war, we see how trembling, how fragile those institutions are. Take the Ministry of Veteran Affairs, which is stuck in between the duties given to the Ministry of Defense and the duties given to the Ministry of Healthcare and to the Ministry of Social Affairs. It is lost. And this is a question of what kind of institutional structure should Ukraine have to win this war. And here I will give a small example of another unit I will soon be attached to. It is the Office of Support of Reforms under the Ministry of Defense, a specific unit which is there to utilize civil society and business experiences and to bring them into the governmental machine, which often lacks flexibility, which often lacks best practices. So here we take the level of Ukraine itself, how strong, how capable it could be to secure itself. Now we go the layer up. NATO. There is no prosperity without security. In the environment of global nuclear threat coming from Russia, both with nuclear weapons and with dirty nuclear bombs, which is Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, only nuclear umbrella over Ukraine can prevent from global catastrophe. And I think that thinking that not stepping up so Russia can allow deploying nuclear weapons to Belarus and West still abstains not to escalate, that escalation spiral is actually escalated by the West by not doing. European Union, one of the core concentrations of the economic force of the West. There is no dignity without prosperity. Poor people, it is very hard for them to preserve dignity, and full freedom cannot be fully experienced in poverty. So that's the next big institutional power we should aspire to. And the next layer is, of course, the layer of the global institutions. If we look into the cases which were violated by Russia attacking Ukraine, we will find a couple of global phenomena. Nuclear non-proliferation, international maritime order. This is 90% of global trade. You cannot build any land link to supplement the maritime routes for the global trade. Global food security. International organizations such as United Nations and OSCE were greatly undermined by this war, and some of those institutions will not recover, like League of Nations did not recover after the Second World War. Overall, international law question is there. Will there be a tribunal for Putin? Will the international law institutions be capable of walking the talk? So, our war and the outcome of it will define the world order, at least in the dimensions mentioned. And the next layer is the dialogue with other civilizations. In my college, Royal College of Defense Studies, where 60 representatives of 60 nations were studying, and not all of them were democratic. We spoke about 3 core values: security, stability, prosperity. All of the discourse was based on those 3 notions, and both my groupmate from Communist China and groupmates from Saudi Arabia and groupmates from Norway or Australia had to share the same basic paradigm. We didn't speak of dignity, we didn't speak of freedom. So this is the question of what kind of values can be discussed amongst different cultures, such as Indian culture. India claims to be the biggest democracy of the world, by the way. Or China, which calls itself people's democracy. So how do we interpret core ethical terms into their terminological language, which goes in depth for a couple of thousands of years? And how do we find that common ground based on dignity and freedom? Because for us, for people of West, for people of Christian culture, without freedom and without dignity, there is no justice. And overall, there is no victory and there is no peace. And I would like to conclude with the concept of Igor Kozlovsky, who spoke of the base of fair peace, such as justice, redemption, and mercy. And only in this order, and only if those 3 notions are fulfilled, can we have really a full and lasting peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Ostap, for this insightful picture. I can't help but respond to you talking about this formula of peace laid out by Igor. Because this is what we used in our analytical products specifically, but you expanded that picture of these spots where we have question. And by answering this question, we can talk about a vision of security architecture, because the list of questions is longer than questions that are related to war when we talk about security. Thank you for reminding us of what we talked about, because we say that values should be the foundation of any structure in the future, but have we agreed on that, on what's important for us all, and can we come to any agreements where national interests change as part of this architecture? But
рамку погляду на тему безпеки,
мені здається, резонує з тим, про що буде говорити пан Володимир. Дозволю собі попросити доктор Володимир Турчиновський, the Dean of Social Sciences Department, the Director of International Institute of Ethics and Issues of Modern Issues. Thank you very much, Oksana.
Мені насправді дуже приємно бути в цьому товаристві.
Very pleased to be part of
Наш
this
сьогоднішній день,
company.
такі конференції, такі розмови, вони справді
discussion
в певному сенсі, але з іншого боку і дуже важливою,
quite a luxury
дуже важливою
nowadays,
справою.
but it's very important.
В мене починають назбируватися питання.
And
Я говорю
I've
сьогодні
been
останній,
collecting
і я починаю
questions.
розуміти, я, мабуть, по-іншому вже би писав свій текст.
And I'm the last one, and now I know how I would have structured my text in a different way. And I would like to ask a question to our theologians. There are lots of them here. And if we think about heaven, I'm not sure if it's relevant to talk about the heavenly security architecture.
Мені здається, що рай був безпечним місцем, аж поки став небезпечним.
Used to be secure at some point
в якийсь момент.
Until it became
І здається, що щось надламалося в просторі стосунку. Якщо в двох словах, то я так розумію, що дар, який був даній людині, виявився непростою справою того, щоб опанування дару виявилося надто складним, надто великим викликом. І та архітектура безпеки, мабуть, мала триматися на цьому менеджменті дару, але оскільки з менеджментом дару насправді не дуже вдалося, то із архітектурою не
This management failed. This is why the architecture failed.
Я собі так само думаю, я
So
одразу цю
I
думку скажу,
think, and I will express it right now because I don't think I will have time to talk about it later.
Ми всі шукаємо для себе
We're
формулу
all looking for a formula,
архітектури безпеки,
for an ultimate security architecture formula, and I think
архітектура безпеки
that security
передбачає
architecture
етичну інфраструктуру,
involves ethical infrastructure that it should be based upon, because it should be based on something. It can't just hang in the air. But it's not enough. And I'm just adding something that I call a moral climate, because ethical infrastructure, if it's a set of certain rules, values, models, activities, and solutions, that's a good thing. But if these values don't live in the hearts of people, if there is no public culture, that's going to be a problem. So that's my response. But just a draft formula, I need to work on that. I think what you mentioned, Ostap, about the role of Ukraine, I think that's right. The part of our security is about functioning correctly in the network of networks, but when it comes to institutions, it becomes complicated and hard. And I think another formula or another perspective on security, for security in this case, it would be nice to have that network of networks be up and running and to have institutions functional. And if we are talking about a just war, at some point I thought to myself, and it sounds weird, but I thought, can we talk about this just security architecture, or can we talk about the just security as a category? I'm sorry, there is no sound.
А тепер мене чути нормально. О, навіть я себе вже чую.
Now I can hear it.
Я хочу поділитися із вами одним спостереженням та образом, який, як мені здається, дуже влучно відображає антропологічну картину того, що ми з вами переживаємо сьогодні.
George Weigel, in one of his current texts, latest texts, giving us the Prickles formula, the one was announcing in his speeches, paying tribute to the deceased warriors. He said that the secret of happiness is in the freedom, and the secret of freedom is in courage. But we Ukrainians, as George Weigel says, we opened another element of this formula, demonstrating to the whole world what is the secret of courage and bravery. The secret of courage is in faith. Faith that tells me that there is something bigger than my life, something more. Faith that we have this noble task to do, the common one, that we're unbreakable, that this is a just thing to do, that we're paving the way to future for our kids. We have faith in our vocation, so we believe in our army, in God, and in ourselves. I think of this formula: happiness, faith, courage. It reflects the spiritual dynamics of Ukrainian fight for its freedom. This formula, I'm convinced, will become the formula of the victory. This formula should set the dynamics for post-war recovery and a just peace to be established with a security aspect. It's important to understand what is the nature and meaning of what's happening in Ukraine, and we've talked a lot today about it, because if we neglect that or make a mistake when we analyze and assess the approaches and policies for post-war peace and reconciliation, recovery, and security architecture, then it will not work for us. These policies will turn into mines that will explode in the future. The roots of this war, we have it like since World War II. It's rooted in World War II, where the communist ideology and Soviet system, there was no tribunal for it then, but they created this mythology, Soviet mythology. They legitimized the opposition of West and East within this Cold War. The West won the Cold War, and USSR defeat did not bring the sustainable peace anyway. The Cold War shifted to reconciliation and gave empires some time to prepare to another wave of expansion. The breakage of USSR, this was claimed as the biggest geopolitical tragedy of the 20th century. It fueled another narrative of those who save us from the Nazi. They prepared for the war. First, they had to nurture the culture of war, genocide, and hate. There wasn't so much time. Instead of communist ideology, they created this Russian world ideology. For them to die and kill others, they had to get this idea and mission, Russian world. They entered the environment with these narratives nurtured by communist ideology. The Timothy Snyder's interview, by the way, already mentioned today, is a good chance to ask ourselves a question regarding security issues and security architecture. What does it mean, Snyder asks? What does it mean for the modern global establishment to call Russian aggression against Ukraine a genocide? What is the obstacle? If this is a genocide, how could that happen, that this atrocity is taking place now? We observe it, we witness it. Could we prevent that somehow? If genocidal intent may just emerge and turn into rapes, deaths, and tortures within a day, this outbreak can happen. How could we prevent that? But this genocidal evil outbreak that Ukraine is fighting, it was incubating for years and dozens of years. President Steinmeier, in his speech on October 28th, he said that brutal Russian aggression against Ukraine just destroyed the European order. Josep Borrell, in October 2022, he's formulating the same statement differently, saying that the world that Europe was living in, it doesn't exist after this outbreak of Russian aggression. It's not there anymore. The comfortable world where Europe felt okay was the world where the US took care of European security, and China and Russia were just contributing in economic development of Europe. So this is something that Josep Borrell said. In fact, Ukraine and Ukrainian army currently, together with Western partners, start creating the carcass of the future European security matrix. From the military standpoint, it's clear that 3 or 4 European armies can take the commitment on the military protection of Europe in 10-year or even longer perspective. Ukrainian, British, then I'm confused. We have to ask experts, French, Polish, German army. Military experts know better, and I guess this is some good news. We all want to expect that this military configuration with the European armies will act within NATO. I think that something mentioned by Timothy Snyder in Genocide and Steinmeier's, Borrell's words on destroyed European security system, two manifestations of the death culture. Culture aimed at dehumanization and destroying the identity. The genocide in Ukraine is destroying the European security system. In anthropologic sense, security is defined by the quality of interpersonal space and interpersonal relations quality. Security comes from solidarity, trust, love, and justice. Democracy, in its essence, is the language of free people interaction. It's based on quality and authenticity of interpersonal space. In this sense, healthy and viable democracy is a critical infrastructure in security sense. Is there an alternative approach to that? Can we understand security and interpret it differently? Can we consider it dangerous and danger to be safe, like Orwell's fans? Remember 1984 novel, they would have no doubt that this was possible. So it seems to me that security architecture of Russian Empire is based on regular constant war, so-called permanent special military operation. And this is a reliable tool of empire. From the standpoint of empire, the war is the most successful, comprehensive, long-term security move. To stay beyond the war, beyond its hot phase, cold phase, or post-war recovery, preparation of war, is a more security risk for an empire than the actual war that's ongoing. So the imperial architecture of war is based on the conflict management, as we call it, but the opposite, the vice versa thing. Managing conflicts as art of cultivating, minimizing, or creating outbreaks of various conflicts, even ethnic and national ones. It seems to me that export of corruption became the key part of this hybrid war that we had in the post-Cold Reconciliation period. When the West was celebrating the end of the history, they thought that with their values they destroyed the empire of evil by announcing the Manifest of Democracy. And yes, when we observe how quickly Russia was taking this consumerism practice, McDonald's, iPhones, yeah. Still, Russia used Europe as a big supermarket for entertainment, for consumerism. We could even think that we could start thinking that Russia is integrating the values also and the principles that we have in Europe. But now we can see what is the price for the end of the history, as they say. We realize that end of the history has become the code name of the new hybrid wave aimed to expand Russian world, as they say. The Cold War had to finish not with the end of history, but defeat of this communist ideology, totalitarian. So in 2020s, 2030s, we may have this temporary reconciliation with frozen conflicts, open wounds, and justice carved in our hearts with Russian realpolitik methods. Why can't we believe that when Russian shelling stops, this will be the sign, the voluntary sign of mercy from Russian aggressor, to believe another end of history? We don't want to witness a couple of ends of history within a lifetime. I don't want that to happen. Security architecture requires three things. I'm finishing. To stay functional and perform the mission, accomplish the mission. So moral vision, certain moral climate, and ethical infrastructure. The future, if we talk about the human future, is moral category. Our task is not just to see and to recognize the something that is there, but something that should be created by our efforts. The time and human dimension is affected by any action when we transform, turning human into humane. Universal nature of this task is combined with the uniqueness of each person. So when we do what we have to do, we form a culture of gratitude. Therefore, the concept of security must be shaped by vision to nurture the humanity culture. And I'm so grateful. I will stop at this.
Дякую, пане Володимире.
Thank you, Volodymyr. We are out of time completely. I think we just started the conversation, I have this impression. We never expected that we would shape a formula to create this sustainable security architecture, viable one for the future, but I think that today we asked some really good questions, and we'll go back to these questions within our next conversations, because the secret of courage is in faith. If we don't see any manifestations of courage quite often, does it mean that, are we losing faith? And this is the issue we have to return to when we start revising the future architecture, the formula that was mentioned. When we speak about this end of history that we've witnessed, one of them already, I mentioned overcome, something that made this moment closer. When did it crack, let's say? If the previous architecture was ever functional, this is a question, was it actually viable and functional? We have to openly say yes and no. Was it functional? Was it viable? Or there was not enough resource for dozens of years to have a revanche in one place or another. So if we assume that it was there, so where was that moment of change when it stopped functioning? There is a list of so complicated questions we have to return all the time in the discourse to at least understand where is the problem, or is the actual problem. And searching the answers. Yeah, we'll return in our future conversations to it. The only thing, if someone does have any wish, maybe you have something that pops out of your mind right now, one or two questions just to comment, if you do have. You absolutely may, Anton. You surely may. You can just, yes.
Thank you. I have a short question to Dr. Yuri Shurko and Dr. Daniel Philpott. Is it possible to get true forgiveness and reconciliation without honest apology or repentance? Thank you.
На місці when I speak about the state, it's impossible. It's necessary requirements. When I speak about person attitude, it depends on every person. But when we speak about the state, it's impossible. That's my answer.
Professor Philpott, I don't know, I'm not sure. He's not with us. Okay, yeah. Але я думаю, що ми частину питання отримали. Давайте, прошу.
Anyway. I don't know whom to address this, maybe to stop. Andriy. But to everyone. So we heard so many correct opinions, proper ideas, I'd say, and correct statements. We spoke of mutual recognition, subjectivity, and the fight for freedom. But what I lacked, another definition, was mentioned once, but wasn't discussed. The responsibility Freedom is tightly connected to responsibility. The format of responsibility for violation and breaking the security architecture for security building, the responsibility of new players at global level. If Bharat wants to take responsibility, let him do that, feeling this burden of leadership in a security format. How do you see, where is the place of responsibility that it should be? Okay, thank you, Yuri. Who is, yeah. Again, we have to split lines of responsibility: individual, community, collective responsibility, state responsibilities, institutions responsibility. And then we go to another level of responsibility at the level of interstate communities. If we speak about personal responsibility, my responsibility. In this moment, this is my intellectual responsibility to be open and honest with an academic freedom territory and speaking of some risky stuff. This is my responsibility now, in this moment. If we speak about responsibility of freedom, we are in the environment of UCU. This is an university built on values. And thanks to its values, we're having this discussion right now. How can this university transfer these values further to state when they have this course launched for the PR officers of state authorities? This is the transfer of responsibility, delegating it further. Transfer information. Those people then, as representatives of deep state, it would be great to have this deep state eventually here, as they have it in America, or Great Britain, or Poland. Then they will have their own responsibility on how they implement these values via state policies, accelerating, or okay, they say if you want to